Good morning. Seeing that the board members are present, Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Good morning. Member Benanca.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Lewis.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Olkin.
Here.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez. We have a quorum.
Wonderful. I hereby call the July 2022 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:33 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Benanca, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Please stand for the pledge. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to frame us up with some general announcements. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through W19. The proposed regular consent items are items 6 through 14. There are 2 public hearings on the agenda. Item 5 is the proposed formation of a new unified school district from the Northgate portion of the Mount Diablo Unified School District in Contra, Costa County. Item 17 is the appeal of the denial of a petition for the establishment of a classroom-based charter school pursuant to California Education Code Section 47605K2. Consideration of the allegations of abuse of discretion made by Samoa Beach Academy, which was denied by the Northern Humboldt Union High School District and the Humboldt County Board of Education. We have some changes in the agenda. We will reopen item 1, SBE priorities, later this afternoon to take action on the May 2022 minutes and take up State Board liaison reports. In terms of public input, members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We'll also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 15 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Board members, please mute your microphones when not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times except during the scheduled breaks to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. If you do need to take a modest break, please feel free to do so, but keep with us at every time that you can. For each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for the board members to raise their Zoom hand if they would like to ask a question or make a comment. That's in the participant reactions, and I will be watching for your hands. Item 1 is our State Board projects and priorities item. I'll now turn it over to State Superintendent Tony Thurman to provide his report. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. Good morning to you, to the members of the board, to our students, our educators, our families, and all who are participating in today's meeting. As we are in summer school and in the summer, I want to extend best wishes to all of our students and families. I also want to start by acknowledging our first responders and firefighters who are working across the state to contain many of the fires that we have seen in recent days. And thank also our emergency response team that continues to work with our first responders in ways to support our school communities when they're impacted by our fires. Also want to provide acknowledgement and a shout out to all of our teachers and educators and administrators and others who are working in summer school, providing opportunities for credit recovery, learning recovery, expanded learning, recognizing the hard work that continues to take place and the incredible opportunity that summer provides, but the fact that many are still working, and want to acknowledge them and thank them. I do want to provide you some highlights that since we last met, the legislature and the governor have finalized a budget. There are some incredible highlights for California education as we reach this inflection point of building and better and building back from what the pandemic has created. Our schools have tremendous opportunities to ensure that our students can recover, that they can heal, and that they can thrive moving forward. Not the least of which is an increase to the LCFF base by about $9 billion. This is a 13% increase in funding for our schools. They're receiving a cost of living adjustment. That's more than 6%. And when you think about all these measures, including an $8 billion block grant that schools will be receiving for discretionary purposes to support literacy and expanded learning and other programs, it means that California schools are nearing being 10th in the nation in per pupil spending. Significant change for us, considering just a few years California was near 50th. Our schools have incredible resources that they can use going forward to help our students heal and thrive. Just a few highlights of this, recognizing that students need more supports in counseling, tremendous resources made available in this budget. You all know that we sponsored SB 1229 in our call to help us attract 10,000 new mental health clinicians to the field. We're grateful that the budget creates a pathway to provide $20,000 scholarships to anyone who will become a mental health clinician in a high needs community, and that money continues to be available for teachers and educators. In addition to $250 million in residency programs to support them. I want to thank a lot of folks who've helped to make these things happen, including our state board president, Dr. Darling Hammond, the governor, the legislature. You will see incredible resources like $250 million for literacy coaches and specialists to support students in schools of high need, some $500 million for career technical education for those who want to learn and get on pathways in technology, health, education, another $200 million to support our expansion of dual language immersion programs, $3 billion for expanded learning programs, continuing to build on our universal meals programs, another $596 million to support universal meals. That means that there'll be reimbursement rates to support our schools. There's another $600 million to help our schools build out their kitchens and their infrastructure so we can provide more healthy meals for our students throughout the state. $10 million for books and $15 million for professional development for our educators related to literacy. Another $1 billion for community schools. Again, I want to thank this board and for your incredible work to help us as we've rolled out the first round of community schools funding, part of a $3 billion initiative, and the recognition of the legislature and the governor that we need to continue to provide community schools. So another $1 billion, another $10 million to build on the anti-bias grants that are currently being provided. What does this all mean? In spite of big challenges that our schools have faced over the last 2 years, the resiliency that our students and parents and educators have shown, California schools have the resources to help transform public education. As you can see here, California is leading the way with being able to provide universal meals for every hungry student, regardless of their background, universal preschool in our state community schools, professional development, a robust mental health program. So these are just a few of the highlights. I'll invite those, if you can, to please close your microphone so that we can continue with the next portion of the meeting. Madam President, I would just like to leave you with this and let you know that there are 2 new division directors that will be presenting before this body from time to time. One, a very familiar face, who will be taking over, has officially taken over of the Educator Excellence and Equity Division. That's Monique McWayne, who's been serving in the division, who has served 11 years at CDE. We're grateful for her leadership. Many of you know her as someone who's helped to roll out the Educator Effectiveness Grant, billions to support professional development for educators on every topic that you could imagine, from closing the opportunity gap to how we address bias in schools. We're grateful and excited to continue to work with Monique in this role, and to announce a new director of the Student Achievement and Support Division. You all will see Will McGee, who has most recently served as the director of the Office of African American Male Achievement, and will continue to lead the efforts of our Student Achievement and Support Division. Will has more than 25 years of experience in public education. He's a former school board member and another great addition to our team of division directors. And so we look forward to when they'll be presenting before you. As always, I'm happy to submit to any questions that the members of the board may have. This concludes my report.
Thank you so very much. Lots of good news to report there. I'll start my report by congratulating all of the educators, parents, and students across the state for the tremendous work they devoted to learning through another challenging year, as the pandemic has evolved into an endemic and we've had to adjust to changing circumstances on a regular basis. So many schools have done wonderful work in learning recovery. Many of them are still in session for summer programming in that regard, supports for social and emotional welfare and rebuilding community. And we appreciate you all who are engaged in that difficult work. I want to give a special shout out to the graduates, our seniors, whose high school experience was really shaped by COVID and who persevered through all of that. But also I want to congratulate the 8th graders who have graduated, the 5th or 6th graders who stepped up to middle school, even the preschoolers who are stepping off to kindergarten. I was reminded of the significance of graduation when I attended my son's very long graduation ceremony from University of California at Berkeley for his doctoral program. As I was helping to try to keep my grandson Kofi engaged, he's 3 years old, he kept asking, what is graduation? What is graduation? I tried lots of different definitions, but being told that it meant that his father would no longer have to go to school, made him happy for a moment. But then when he realized that he too could graduate and would not be going to school someday, he was very sad about that. So graduation is a mixed bag, but there are millions of students who feel in California happy to be in school. And we are working toward the day where that is true for every single student in the state. The superintendent gave a wonderful report about the giant steps forward that we've had in support of our public schools this year, with huge investments in local control funding formula, which over the last 3 years has been a 30% increase. We were well below the national average in spending on schools for many, many, many years. We're now finally above the national average and making progress towards a real whole child, whole school, whole community, whole state approach to education. And you heard all of the details around that just a moment ago. And so I think that the part of that message is, as one of the reporters noted when the budget was announced, this is a once-in-a-generation budget. We are trying to meet our students where they are and transform our schools through a student-centered lens. And we're working to rebuild and strengthen relationships between educators, students, and families, relationships that are at the heart of our work. This work is actually redefining education in this state and setting a national example of what a 21st century equity-informed system could look like. And indeed, today, Governor Newsom will accept an award on behalf of all of us for the innovation in education in the state from the Education Commission of the States, the Frank Newman Award. It's kind of like an Oscars for education policy, with less of the drama, I presume. We'll hear more later. And in announcing the award, ECS said that California is, quote, demonstrating an intentional, comprehensive investment of funding and other resources that recognize and honor whole child approaches to education, not only instruction. ECS pointed to our local control funding formula as one of the nation's most equitable formulas. They also called out the additional funding provided schools over the last 3 years for more teachers, counselors, paraprofessionals, our large investment to scale summer school, before and after school programming, our community school partnership program. And of course, it does take a village to innovate and implement. So the Newman Award really recognizes everyone in our system who is doing this work. And speaking of the hard work that has been underway in the state, I want to congratulate the staffs of our state board, our Department of Education, our Commission on Teacher Credentialing, who have worked together so hard to provide our communities with meaningful data about teacher assignments in California. You may know that the teacher assignment monitoring data was posted last week. It got quite a few newspaper articles across the state. It actually required linking databases across agencies, undertaking a Herculean task, identifying every course or class being taught in the schools, then matching it to teacher credentialing information for every one of our 5.9 million students, and then sending all that information to the local level for investigation, corrections, and revising the data set in the response to that. And the results show that statewide, the large majority of courses and classes are taught by teachers who are fully certified for the content and the students they teach, about 83%. Among the remainder are teachers who are teaching out of field, still in training, or on various kinds of temporary or emergency permits. And the numbers of such teachers are much, much higher in low-income schools. So there's an equity mission and agenda that accompanies the release of those statistics. Those statistics will soon find an annual home in the state data system. They are a useful benchmark. They flag that there is much work to do to address the long-term teacher shortage, which is a national phenomenon. We are not alone. This is something that's occurring across the country, and it was made worse by the pandemic. So Governor Newsom started working on this issue as soon as he took office in 2019 with investments in teacher and leader development. He and the legislature have been working each year to address the issue more fully. The budget in 2021 featured, as Superintendent Thurmond noted, $3.6 billion in multiple recruitment and retention initiatives that were aimed at increasing and supporting a well-prepared educator workforce by subsidizing preparation, supporting expert teachers who can mentor and coach beginners in high-need schools. And those programs are beginning to take root and bear fruit. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a 20% increase in the number of people enrolled in teacher education after years and years of sharp decrease. And this past year, I'm told there's an even greater increase. I haven't seen the specific numbers yet, but we are drawing more people to the profession. We want to bring them in ways that are supported, where they can receive the mentoring and working condition supports that make it possible to do the job well and to stay in teaching. So we're pointed in some promising directions. There are still challenges to come, but with that, I look forward to the work that we will undertake in this meeting. One of the things on our agenda is looking at the accountability and indicator system in California, of which these new data will be a part. We undertook in the state to create a very, at the time, a very unusual and innovative approach to indicators. You may recall, if you have a long enough memory, that there was an era where the only data that was used to identify schools and then kind of place them in a test and punish mode were test score data. Long before the federal government allowed for multiple measures, California went there anyway. with our state priorities and with the development of the dashboard that really looks at things that have to do with what students are receiving in school in terms of the kind of curriculum opportunities, the kind of resources available, the kind of curriculum they're enabled to pursue, the kind of climate that they experience, as well as multiple indicators of what they have the opportunity to accomplish, including, access to college preparatory curriculum and high quality CTE curriculum, to biliteracy, to civic engagement, as well as to evidence of academic accomplishment through test scores, completion of rigorous courses like AP courses and IB courses, and so on. So we were the first state to really identify such an approach to take into account growth or progress as well as status. There's now a moment being invited by the U.S. Department of Education for people to think even more deeply about how to use indicators, evidence, data in a cycle of continuous improvement. And we'll have a chance to undertake some thinking about that over the coming months, beginning today. So with that, let's get to work. I want to move to the next item on the agenda, but I had to escape the leaf blower where they were, because now they're coming to another part of the house, so I can get us going on the next item. So give me 1 second to get myself relocated. If I didn't have my background on, you could get a tour of my house. All right. So now that we've done our reports, I want to announce that we are going to honor a very important member of the state board staff for many years, Patricia DeCoste. Patricia is joining us via Zoom. There she is. Hello. How are you? Good to see you.
Good morning, State Board President.
It's great to see you.
Thank you.
I want to announce that after more than 12 years of service to the State Board of Education under 3 different administrations, over 30 years of state service, Patricia is retiring. Her last day in the office was June 15th. We have a certificate for Patricia that honors her contributions to the State Board. We have a picture of that certificate, which is in front of you now. And it states, in recognition of outstanding service to the State Board of Education, I sincerely appreciate your dedication to the meaningful work we do on behalf of California's children on December 15th, 2009 to June 15th, 2022. And so, of course, we'll mail the certificate to you, Patricia. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, President Darling Hammond and Vice President Glover Woods, Superintendent. I just want to just say that it's been an honor and a privilege to work with each and every one of you during the course of the last nearly 13 years. And, I learned so much from each and every one of you. I think that we are in a much better place in California, as, your statement, your both the superintendent's presentation as well as your statement this morning is a testament to how far we've come in the past, many years. And, in terms of our investments in education, it's been an honor to work with all of you and, just to work with the staff as well as the support from the California Department of Education. Without our strong partnership with department staff, we would really, we all are stronger by working together. So I just, we laid a lot of foundational work in the last several years by developing new standards. I was involved in the development of the ELD standards, as well as the California NGSS standards, and seeing them through the assessments strengthen the relationship between the teaching and learning experience for students. All of this is, all of this work, the history, social science framework that I worked on, and, just seeing all of the different assessments get to where we are in terms of online assessments, and, the work that I did for workforce issues and broadband on behalf of the administration. I feel very honored to have had the opportunity to work with all of you. And it's time to turn a new chapter, as they say. Yes. And I know that I'm leaving the board all of you in a much, we are all in a much stronger place than we were when I first arrived. So it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate all that you've done, and I know that travel is on your agenda in some exciting ways, and we wish you all the best in this next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And with that, we're going to move to item 2. Item 2 is the update on the implementation of the integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. It's a study session for us on the development, history, implementation, and indicators in the accountability system. This is an item for information only, and there's no specific action recommended at this time. I mentioned in my President's report that there is an opportunity at this moment to be thinking again about where we want to build on the work that's been done before and continue to think about what kinds of information in the accountability and indicator system will help schools get the knowledge that they need to continuously improve, to engage with the support system. I mentioned that California was one of the first to engage in this approach to an accountability system. And in fact, the Every Student Succeeds Act, the federal act that we now operate under, took a page out of California's book in authorizing multiple measures. The U.S. Department of Education just in February put out a statement, a guidance statement, indicating that they were open to states going further in looking at ways to evaluate, to support, to report on indicators of equity and access for students to high quality education. There were some rules that were in place from previous administrations that are not in the law that can be adjusted, that will open the door for some new thinking around indicators. So we'll be having conversations over the coming months about where California is and wants to go in its work in this regard to support schools, to support students in ways that allow the system to improve. With that, I'm going to pass the ball to Cindy Kazanis.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond. Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. And I am happy to be here today to talk through a couple of things around the dashboard. This is really meant to lay the foundation for future action the board will be taking over the next year or more to shape our accountability system. I am grateful for the team in putting this together. It's not the work of one person, it's the work of many. And in fact, it's many divisions. And we're really excited to have a new director of our our Title I division is what we used to call it. And our acronym is SASD, and I always forget how what it stands for. But really excited to have Will here in person today to also listen to the item and hear his team present. So you will hear more than just my voice this morning. You're going to hear multiple voices to help move this presentation along because it is a long one. So with that, our objectives are really to give you an overview for how this system was built and also to review what the requirements were under the state and federal laws. And President Darlene Hammond has already given you a brief overview about the context for the federal piece at least. We will also talk a little bit, we'll intersperse the conversation with the board action, prior board actions that is, around the methodology of this and such. And then finally, we do value and we definitely respond and adjust things when we hear public input around the system. And so this system was built on the premise of public feedback, and so you're going to hear about our continuous improvement cycle as well. So as far as topics, again, foundation, we're going to get into some broad overviews about the state indicators, our local indicators, and we're going to talk a bit about our partner engagement and the annual review process. So in terms of the local control funding formula, when I was in graduate school in the early 2000s at Syracuse, there were people that were working on the getting down to fact studies. And those getting down to fact studies really provided the basis in 2008 for the local control funding formula and what you see in education today. And so I thought this quote was really a very good way to talk about what the intentions were of this law, how to bring government closer to the classroom where all the decisions really are made on a daily basis. You know, putting out an accountability or dashboard once a year doesn't get into what's happening in the classroom on a daily basis, where accountability is happening every day with a teacher, whether the teacher's taking attendance, they're learning about what their students are progressing on. And so I think it's really important to just lead with that intention about how this made fundamental changes not only to policies around accountability, but funding and transparency for education. So in that vein, we're almost going to be at a decade celebrating this next year or at the end of the year with the local control, the LCFF or local control funding formula. And when I think back to 2013 and the broad support it got not only in the legislature, but in our various communities that follow education and those that didn't follow education that do now as a result of LCFF, it really had broad-based support. One of the things that it required, one of the big lifts, was that the State Board of Education was designated to develop a new accountability system. And this was replacing our old accountability system, which was called the Academic Performance Index. And so this was really revolutionary for California, looking at things beyond test scores. So we're going to talk through throughout this presentation about the emphasis on really a whole child approach and multi points of information around student performance, student outcomes, and how the system is ultimately supporting specific student groups, schools, and districts. So the purpose of LCFF was really a three-pronged approach. Looking at funding, making sure that we were distributing funding to schools equitably, making sure that the decisions that were made locally and the process that is outlined through the local control funding formula that Josh will talk about stays local, and then looking at our achievement and measuring it broadly, so beyond, again, our traditional look at student test scores. Shifting from the state law to federal law, nearly 2 years later, the Every Student Succeeds Act was signed into law by then President Barack Obama. And I think, too, it's interesting to see, again, the intent of one of the main individuals behind the approval of this and who signed it into law, what they thought that the Every Student Succeeds Act was going to do and how it was going to change education. And so you can really see this focus on college, future careers, building upon prior reforms, but still holding to a high standard for teaching and learning, but also allowing states to have a bit of independence and making holding states accountable for defining certain things, such as how are teachers defined under what President Darling Hammond just spoke about with our teacher data release. So with that in mind, I think it's also important to point out that there still is a focus on looking at our lowest performing schools and also paying attention to those achievement gaps and targeting funding accordingly. So again, this bill was signed into law back in 2015. The board had yet another piece of accountability at its lap to figure out, which was how to develop a state plan based on very extensive public input. And that effort was led by Barbara Murchison, who has since retired from the California Department of Education. While the plan was developed over a meeting process, multi-year process. It was ultimately approved back in July of 2018. And I have to tell you, from a personal standpoint, we were one of the last states to be approved for our state plan. And that's because California, unlike other states, had already built an accountability system based on the local control funding formula that we were trying to fit into this federal system. And it took an in-person negotiation with the U.S. Department of Education, with the former executive director, Karen Staff Walters, the former chief deputy, Glenn Price, myself, and Dave Sapp, who was legal counsel then to the board, to really persuade them that there were some things that they weren't understanding and how California's approach was different. And they were able to give on some things, but other things we did have to ultimately put in our system. And so we'll talk through a couple of those instances during our presentation today as well. So the other piece of the Every Student Succeeds Act is it did provide certain metrics that we needed to think about putting in our state plan. It wanted specifically around academic achievement, wanted to make sure that we include our graduation rates, which is, of course, really one of the basis for having a student-level data system at the state level, is to show longitudinally where a student has gone, and if a student has left the system, which school or district is attributed for that student leaving the system, potentially not coming back and graduating on time. It also requires look at growth or other indicators, so we'll walk through what that is, as well as progress in achieving English proficiency, which, of course, for California has been really a tenet of ours for decades. And so for us, we really feel very strongly about that indicator, and we've, I think, shown a lot of progress towards it. And then finally, looking at valid, reliable, comparable statewide indicators, school quality, and finally, the weight. And this is the weighting piece that I know that President Darling Hammond was referring to, that there's flexibility coming our way from the U.S. Department of Education around this. And so what does this look like moving forward? I think there's a lot of opportunities for conversation as we, again, continue to develop the system. So the local control funding formula in 2013 laid out 10 priority areas. And those priority areas, we then mapped, actually, West Ed was contracted to do some of the initial work along with Nancy Burnell from the State Board of Education at the time to really map out what would be an indicator that data could be collected at the state level or collected at the local level. And so this chart, I'm not going to list them all individually, but you can see at a glance how many of these pieces are still a local indicator. They still need to self-report this information. So we have the first three are all local indicators, are all locally collected. They report on them. You're going to hear about this from Josh Strong in a bit. But when we switch over to state indicators, that's information that is collected at every student for every grade. So the state is dependent on a local educational agency giving us this data, certifying the data is accurate, and then we take the data and we make sure that the appropriate business rules have been applied, and we report it out on the dashboard. And so as an example, academic indicator, we do get that information, of course, from our testing vendor, from ETS, and we work with our assessments division on making sure that those data are valid and reliable. And then you can see the other indicators that have been mapped to each of the LCFF priority areas. Finally, for the remaining ones, there is a combination for 6 around for state. We're able to collect suspension rates, but at the local level, we depend on local school districts to determine which is the best local climate survey to administer to their students and at their school sites. Finally, we will walk through the indicators a little bit more in depth in just a bit, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned the last 2 indicators, 9 and 10, are specific to county offices of education. So oftentimes you'll hear that we have 8 local indicators. We really have 10, but they only apply to, again, our county offices of education. So those are around coordination of services for expelled students, and the same for our foster youth. So this is, I think, a really critical slide. It keeps coming up as we think about bringing into the dashboard items like the California Science Test. and other pieces of it, that we need to make sure that we have a balance of indicators, that we have, as I mentioned before, an overwhelming majority of them need to be on the academic achievement side or other academic. So this is how it is distributed. I don't think you see this chart in our state plan for ESSA, but this is how it's distributed under those labels. So academic achievement, you see the majority of our pieces are on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, those school quality or student success indicators are considered suspension and our college career indicator. And I think this is where the conversation that, again, President Darlene Hammond was headed towards, and I think we will be having future conversations around what goes in here and if there's things that we can add. So just to think back, going back to 2013, 2014, 2015, what were the goals around accountability, and thinking, what we've been able to do as a result of the dashboard. There was interest in not only attention to teaching and learning, but also increasing capacity of teachers and school leaders, increasing capacity of schools and districts to continuously improve. And there was a very intended process to phase in these policy changes. So in 2013, you didn't see the accountability system getting taken up right away. In 2014, we really didn't pick up speed until 2015 or so on that. 2016 is when the board really started making the bulk of decisions. And so that was intentional. It was meant to first make sure that our educators knew what the system was so they could explain it to their communities. And so that local capacity was really important. And I think looking back over the last 2 years and the loss of really key individuals at our school sites, in our district administration, the amount of turnover that we see, we're sort of going back to how do we go back and grow local capacity again. So really this reset of accountability has added in an opportunity for us to go back and look at resources that we've been putting together. We have launched new web pages as of this past week around the dashboard, and you're going to hear more about our toolkit at your September meeting. But also one of the goals was to make sure that the federal accountability requirements, when they were established, that we had a unified system. And so, there is action that you all took back in March around, and you'll hear about it, I'm sure, hopefully later on this summer, for our dashboard alternative school status schools. And so those are one thing that if the U.S. Department of Education doesn't approve the waiver around that, that would be a consideration around how do you keep a system intact that is unified between the federal and state requirements. And as far as looking at accountability and how it's defined, still thinking that it is, it's not just the big A accountability. It's thinking about being transparent about releasing data. And by releasing data that we've done through the dashboard, we're allowing for communities really to be engaged in the dashboard. We have made sure that through the accountability model that there's also an extension of capacity building for our county offices of education. The California Collaborative on Education Excellence, or CCEE, was stood up as a result of LCFF. And we think about like 10 years ago when they didn't exist, and what did we do back then? And so the shift in focus as a result of accountability system being set up, a dashboard being produced, results, and districts being identified for assistance, we are seeing this system of support has moved absolutely from a punitive measure to how can we help? And so I like that last bullet a lot because it's talking about the fact that we're not just here to identify schools. That was the old model. We're here to see how we can provide supports to increase student outcomes and to be more effective and be good stewards of the money that the state is investing in the system. And so just moving ahead to accountability framework, what we look at is not only performance, what we've talked about quite a bit. Equity is absolutely a main goal for the system. We are one of the few states that report out on as many student groups as we do. We have 13 student groups. We give credit for improvement. We look at change over time. We also, as I mentioned, are very transparent. We give out downloadable data files where I don't think any other state does to the extent that California does. And then finally, that framework was also, we were looking at a unified system between local, state, and federal needs. And so I wanted to mention that we are committed to continuous improvement. There were times in this accountability system where the data showed that what the board had approved based on prior year data didn't quite get it right. And so the board definitely updated indicators as we moved along, and we are committed to that improvement cycle. And so every March, the board receives an update from the department about what we're looking at for the year. What is the work plan? And it's really important that we think about it. I mean, we're even talking about now what the board meeting is for March. So we're planning 6-8 months in advance for work, because this work takes a lot of time to get valued and technical input from not only our technical experts, but policy makers, educators. And so by the time something has come to the board, we have tried to vet it through every means in which we know is available out there. And so this review does allow for you all not to make decisions on a whim. It's coming to you as something that is technically sound, again, that has been vetted. Not everybody may agree on the ultimate decision, but at least it's been done in a very transparent manner. And all of that to say that we put that item back before you in March because it takes us the rest of the year to make sure that we can implement those pieces or gear up for a release every December. And so just to summarize just the last part of the building of the system as far as just the very high level, we absolutely depended on, and we still depend on, a wide variety of community members, educators, policy experts, researchers to have built this system. And just the number that stands out to me is that by spring of 2017, I came into this position in summer of 2015. The board had met 15 times to talk about this system. So you all used to hear from our division every single meeting. And while it wasn't as lengthy as this conversation, perhaps it was on a broad range of topics that were very technical in nature. And so we just want to make sure that we uplifted that in the item that was before you today as far as what you saw in writing ahead of this presentation. And then just to give you a little teaser before Kim comes up and walks you through the indicators, this is, I think, just a great summary that we haven't put out before, but it really tells you at a glance, the COVID impact for 2020, for 2021, and then this restart of 2022. But you can also see the gradual moving in of indicators. So we had to move, we never collected chronic absenteeism data prior to 2017. And so collecting that data set and then reporting it on the dashboard in 2018 was very significant for us as a state. Looking at something that we've collected for a decade is suspension rate. And we can see, those checks across the 3 years of our dashboard that we've had. That is a consistent metric along with graduation rates and, of course, our student assessments, as well as local indicators. So this is just a nice, handy chart to understand what's available out there right now on the dashboard, what you can look at, and then obviously the pieces that are missing, and knowing a little bit behind why they're missing. So with that, President Darling-Hammond, I thought I would turn it over to you for clarifying questions before we move into state indicators.
Let me get off of mute. Let me see if anyone has any clarifying questions. If there aren't any, we'll go right on to the next section of the briefing. I'm looking to see if there are any hands going up. All right, let's go. I don't see any at the moment, so let's go right on ahead. Thank you.
All right, just switch everything out. Good morning, everyone. Kimberly Muntank. I am the new Accountability Development and Policy Analysis Unit Administrator. And so thank you so much, Cindy, for the great introduction. And today I am going to walk you through the nitty-gritty details about the dashboard. So I apologize if you are already very well versed in this information, or if you feel it gets a little bit low in the weeds. The reason we're bringing this to your attention now is that you have a great reference so that when we bring any other additional indicators and questions to the board, we have this wonderful, amazing reference guide to look back on and to remember, oh, I think I remember Kimberly saying something about that back in July. Well, here it is for you today. First off, really, how is the dashboard used? Well, in general, it provides specific information on indicators to identify strengths, weaknesses, and areas of needing improvement, as Cindy stated before, specifically for things like our system of support. We also report data for all of our student groups. So all 13 student groups receive information on the dashboard. And it is to promote that continuous improvement for both local education agencies that are eligible for LCF support, as well as state indicator data for determining which schools are eligible for support under ESSA. We try our best to release the dashboard every December. And currently, we're looking at a December release for the 2022 data as well. The first thing you're going to see on the dashboard on every single page for schools and LEAs is information on the student population. So we're looking at enrollment data for the overall population of the school. And then we specifically call out the population segments for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, and foster youth, those LCFF student groups that we want to pay attention to specifically. Then you're going to see information, as Cindy already shared with you before, on 6 state indicators that are gathered from data from LEAs. The LEAs are reported to the CDE, as well as local indicator data from the local LEAs. So now I'm going to walk through what those state 6 indicators are. As Cindy already said, we have academic performance, high school graduation rate, suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, college career readiness, and English learner progress. Now, this is the nitty-gritty. I apologize. Sincerely, we're going to walk you through, I guess I'm going to say 2016, 2017, what we really walked through the board with, on how we get into what measurement is for our accountability system. In May of 2016, the state board approved measuring performance for state indicators in a revolutionary way, as President Darling Hammond already shared with us. We looked at combining, not just looking at status, but combining 2 equally weighted components for both status of current year performance and change, which is the difference between the prior year and the current year. We categorize status into 5 status levels for every single indicator, starting at very low, going up to low, medium, we know where that is, high, and all the way to very high. Now, in order to determine these 5 status levels, we needed to look at where performance truly ranks and to categorize performance into what is very low and what is very high. And how we did this is we went about a very specific process. And as I apologize, walking you through this, it really is important because you, as a board member, will likely be seeing the establishment of cut scores and status levels and change levels in future years. So the first thing we do is we look at the results for all LEAs and charter schools, because under LCFF, charter schools are LEAs, and we look at all the statewide student level data that we have for them. Then we order those results from highest to lowest, and we establish 4 cut points based on the percentile distribution within status levels. We start at very low, and the reason we do this is because we want to indicate what is the unacceptable level of performance that would result specifically through our system of support in intense and focused support. That's really important. So what we're looking at as on this list of LEA's performance distribution, we're looking at a small percent at the lowest end of the performance distribution, because we know that these are aggregate levels. So we know when we look at student group support levels, it's going to actually, performance is going to be distributed amongst those levels equally. The next cut point we look at setting is the high status cut point. And this is used to determine what ESSA labels as an ambitious long-term goal. So this is the level that we expect all LEAs and schools to obtain within the state. That's our high level. So we walk through and set what that expectation should be. After that, we fill in the remaining levels for low, medium, and very high for all of our status levels. We've talked through 5 status levels. We also need 5 change levels, and those go from decline significantly all the way to increase significantly. And this is going to look very familiar because we do the exact same thing with change. We're looking at setting cut scores across those levels in order to categorize performance in how schools and LEAs have changed year over year. Now, we also start in the same place. We look at decline significantly first, and then we move into increased to check and see where our goals are for the state. Now, the reason we talked about all of these cut points is because each state indicator has their own unique set of cut points. This is important because I talked about that we use a percentile distribution of data that we already have available. Each of our indicators, the state starts out in a different place with the data that we had in 2017 when we established these scores. And the distribution of performance looks very different across different indicators. For example, performance across our college career indicator looks markedly different than performance across our graduation rate indicator. So we want to make sure that what we were doing with those percentile distributions and this cut score process was looking at established data and setting cut scores off of that data and moving forward. These cut scores will remain until the state board chooses to update those standards. And per the SS state plan, that is to be reviewed every 7 years. And just as a note, in today's consent item for the state board item of our addendum template, we're looking at a recommendation that we move forward due to COVID, that reset of cut scores for an additional 2 years. So I breezed through status, I breezed through change, but if you look at the dashboard, you're not going to see these words on it. What you're going to see are a bunch of color dials, and that's because our dashboard is full of color, and that's the ultimate performance distribution and determination that we make for accountability. This is our 5x5 grid, and on the left side, you can see status, walking through from very low in the current year to very high in the current year at the top row. And on the left, across the top, you can see decline significantly all the way to increase significantly. This matrix allows us to combine status and change to receive a color determination. So you can see if you scored high in the current year and you had increased your performance from the prior year in a normal dashboard year where we have colors, you would receive a green determination according to this 5x5. Each of the indicators has their own set of color grids and 5x5 grids. We did not share them all with you today. We have a beautiful technical guide that's over 200 pages with a lovely index that you can refer to in order to see each and every one of those 5x5 grids. But this is also available on our additional reports. We provide our information there to make sure the districts are clear around where they are on their 5x5 grid and how performance is distributed among student groups, among schools within an LEA in our district, and across different years. And it really truly allows them to see where they are and what they need to do in order to improve their color year over year. In the spirit of continuous improvement, when we released our first 5x5 grids, we realized that small student populations were more susceptible to large swings in change year over year due to simply math. Therefore, a 3x5 grid was applied to any population size less than 150 students. So we actually apply this 3x5, especially for the graduation rate, suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, and the college career indicator. So this allows, essentially, small schools and small student populations not to get caught up in the effects of one student changing their entire rate, as is good to happen as a former math teacher. When you're looking at percentages and it's a small population, that's what happens. It's just math. So a 3x5 looks like this. We just cut off the decline significantly and increase significantly columns. And so you still have a color grid. You still have options for different performance. You still have the same determinations. It's just you are prevented from making the wild swings on either side that may have linked you into those columns and flip-flopped you back and forth. The additional nitty-gritty, before I get to the indicators of the dashboard, these are the fun rules that really allow us to treat accountability the way that California needs accountability to be treated. And in speaking with many states, presenting at different conferences, and talking to other partners, a lot of states don't have to deal with this. They don't have to walk through things, and we have gone to great lengths to really make our system fair, valid, and reliable for all schools, LEAs, and students, really. And this is because we listen with an open ear. We do come frequently to the state board meetings where we have that opportunity for input and really understanding what goes on. The first rule, which takes place universally on our dashboard for the first time this year, surrounds district of residence. Previously, it had only applied to our academic indicators. And this allows that students with disabilities who receive services at another entity outside of their district will have their results sent back to their district of residence. That district is responsible for the educational outcomes for that student, and they want to make sure instead of that student going and their results being coalesced somewhere else, those results are going to get sent back to them and hopefully engage in a better dialogue around the services they're receiving and the educational outcomes that are going on, not just for that student, but perhaps in the programs that districts are choosing. Additionally, charter schools, as I mentioned before, through LCFF, require us to treat all charter schools as LEAs. So when we speak about LEAs in any item, make sure and note and keep your tuned in that charter schools are included there. And then finally, our dashboard alternative school status, which many of you were introduced to in March during our item. This was our system that allows for modified methods of measurement for indicators to evaluate the success or progress of schools that serve high-risk students. This program, whether or not however we hear back from the federal government, we are really invested in this program. And we hear time and time again from partners in the field how important it is to recognize that we have unique schools that serve unique students with unique needs. And the ability of this program and label and to allow us to have on the dashboard really helps us show with these modified methods really what these students are doing in those schools. So we will continue to update you on the progress of this system and this program as we move through our federal waiver request. And then finally, we have this slide up because the number one most asked question, phone call, email that we receive in the accountability department surrounds N size or population size. And due to wanting to make everything statistically significant on the dashboard, we have rules around what data we display. And so LEA schools and student groups will receive a performance color, which essentially in our system means that they're held accountable. If they have 2 years of data, so enough to have a status and a change, and have a population size of 30 or more students, both in the current year and the prior year. And the only exception to that is that at the LEA level, the minimum population size for foster youth and homeless drops to 15 and not 30. But note, charter schools need 30 foster youth or homeless students because they are a school in that determination versus an LEA in the LCFF determination. So as you can see, it's kind of confusing, but it's the number one thing when people call us and say, why don't I have a color? I don't understand. It's usually because of a small population size in a prior year that's not showing up. So I'm about to walk you through each of our 6 indicators, and I want to organize them in the same way that Cindy introduced previously, is that the dashboard displays all of our state and local indicators nested under 3 categories: academic performance, academic engagement, and then conditions and climate. So we're going to walk through each of the indicators as you would see them appear on the dashboard in the same exact order. And first, we're going to start with academic performance. And our two academic indicators, English language arts literacy and mathematics. Now, our academic indicators, it's kind of easy to start there because we remember these. These are part, as President Darling Hammond said, of our old accountability system as well. But they look a little different here. They're based on the Smarter Balanced summative assessments as well as performance on the California alternative assessments, taken in grades 3 through 11 and 3 through 8 and 11 in both English language arts and mathematics. Our academic indicators have two components. One is just the performance on the test for all of the students, an aggregate of their performance. And secondly, and importantly for this year especially, is a participation rate, which is our federal law that requires all schools and LEAs to test at least 95% of all students. Now, as President Darling Hammond mentioned, previously we had a system that was dependent solely on academic performance. And it was also dependent on how many students met a performance threshold of proficient. If you go to the CASP website, you'll see categories of test performance still going into the 4 buckets and still looking at percent proficient across things. On the dashboard, we look at academic performance in a very different way. And I wanted to highlight this slide just to familiarize you with it if you're not. And I appreciate that the distance is in quotation marks there. We measure things through distance from standard, which marks the distance a student is from the lowest standard met or level 3 score for that grade. So in this example that you see on your screen, a student scored 2,505 on their grade 5 exam. The lowest scale score point range for grade 5 is 2,528. Therefore, they were negative 23 points away from that lowest standard. So their aggregate score would be negative 23. What we do is we aggregate all of these student level distance from standards in order to create a large average at the school level. This is much different than how many students scored above the bar. We're actually looking to see how much positive, how much further your students exceeded that bar and how far away they are from it on average. And that's what distance from standard is looking to capture. Additionally, and I point this out this year because it is the first year we are implementing a new policy due to our ESSA plan, is that there is a new federal penalty that has been imposed that requires us to assign the lowest obtainable scale score, which is the bottom score that a student could possibly receive, to each student in order to bring a school or student group or LEA up to the 95% participation rate. This is a significant penalty, as before it was our penalty was not as harsh or severe. This year it's different, and it will impact the overall performance scores for student groups, schools, and LEAs across our dashboard. It was scheduled to go into place in 2020, and things obviously didn't work out that year for testing. So this will be the first year you see that on the dashboard. And that's why it's important to note that it is a combination of both student performance and a reflection of the participation rate at each school. The reason that this is incorporated is essentially that we don't know what each student who didn't test would have scored. Therefore, we need to impute a score in order to do that, and the only score we can impute is the lowest possible score that they could obtain. So it really is an incentive to test all students at each school and district, and we hope that the participation rates across our schools this year is reflective of that, and that we don't see this penalty really incurring any problems around the state. So the simple calculation is just the average distance from standard for all of those students who took the Smarter Balanced Assessment or the California Alternative Assessment. And then our denominator is just the number of students who were continuously enrolled within the academic year. And that's an important note in that our academic indicator does take into consideration only students who were present from census day through testing period without a large break in their enrollment. So we don't include students who had just enrolled in school the day before and sat down to take the test. However, they may be incorporated into the participation rate due to business rules. Our next big academic indicator is our English Learner Progress Indicator. And this one holds a very special place in my heart as a former teacher of English learners. I'm so excited to see the results for this indicator on the dashboard each year and seeing really how much we've progressed in over 20 years since I taught my students. The English Learner Progress Indicator is based on how English learners are moving towards proficiency on their English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, or LPAC scores. And it applies to all English learner students in grades 1 through 12. And that might sound a little weird about that it's not kindergarten, but the reason why is it is a progress indicator, and we need 2 years of data in order to assess progress. So therefore, it doesn't kick in until grade 1. Important to note is that the English Learner Progress Indicator is the only indicator on the dashboard that's isolated to one single student group. We do not further delineate this indicator into any racial groups or any of our program groups outside of English learner. So for example, you won't see a breakout for Asian English learners, Hispanic English learners, white English learners within the LP. It's simply just English learners as the student group reported out. So those 13 student subgroups do not apply to this indicator. How we determine a student making progress is pretty simple. We're looking at the LPAC levels for, there are 4 different levels for the LPAC that are scored in. And we further delineate levels 2 and 3, and we break them apart into 2 additional levels. The reason we do this is for accountability purposes. We want to reflect the average 5 to 7 year trajectory growth for English learners towards proficiency. And therefore, moving from one level to a level above will show progress and gain you credit within this indicator. The LP is calculated by showing the number of students who increased at least 1 LP level between the current and prior year. And then, additionally, the number of students who maintained the current level 4 criterion between the current and the prior year. The reason this is important is because the determination for reclassification is a local determination. And so students that need to be reclassified, perhaps with the criterion being level 4 achieving, they may need additional criteria outside of that. It's not a state indicator to be able to do that, but we don't want to punish students that have shown that they have made progress to the highest extent possible. They're in level 4, however, their district just has not reclassified them due to their criteria within the local determination. And then the denominator is just all of the students with a current and prior year LPAC summative assessment level. So we are only looking at current English language learners who are required to test using the LPAC. Now, I briefly mentioned this before, but this is another one of those fun little hang-ups, is that, and it's reflected in that lovely chart that Cindy shared. LP status is kind of a change measure. It needs 2 years. We're looking at progress year over year. So we need 2 years of LPAC data in order to produce a status. And boy, gosh, are we lucky this year that we do have that. So that's why LP will be showing up as a status level on our dashboard this year. But in order to create change, or measure change rather, we need 3 full years because we need 2 status years in order to do that. And so I'm happy to report that, fingers crossed, all things looking good into the next year, you will see LP change, and you will be determining what LP change cut scores will be looking like and colors will be looking like for the first time based on the new LPAC test in 2023. So look forward to that as a board item next fall. Next, we have our very revolutionary college career indicator. And I know President Darlene Hammond did some bragging about how California is ahead of the curve. I can, as of 2 weeks ago, presenting and attending the annual Student Assessment Conference, I can tell you that states are just starting to look into a measurement of this. So to state that this has been a part of our dashboard and proudly talk about it with other states, it's a nice thing to do, and to be confident about just the breadth and scope of what we have in our system and what the State Board has helped us achieve. The CCI is based on students in the graduation rate. So students must graduate first, and they're placed into 3 different levels. They're either measured as prepared, approaching prepared, or not prepared. And just as a note and precaution, you will not be seeing the CCI on the dashboard this year. And that is due to the flexibility in the testing arrangements made last year for last year's grade 11 students. We talked about this in March at our item, but essentially because that makes up a large bulk of the determinations and information criteria necessary, since we did not have all students that had the option to take our CASP assessment, we will not have a status this year. We're going to share out information about how students are doing on each of the components, but it will not be shown as status on the dashboard. Now, just look at this lovely list. On the left, we have what we've established as criterions for our college measures. Those are inclusive of AP exams, IB exams, college credit courses, E through G completion, the state seal by literacy, and smarter ballots assessments. On the right, you see a short list of our career measures, and stay tuned, more will be added to that list, or rather evaluated for addition to the list very soon. Currently adopted, we have CTE pathway completion, leadership military science, pre-apprenticeship, and then for our DAS schools, we have state and federal job programs and transition classroom and work-based learning experiences. On the bottom of this slide, we have 2 links to what I would consider very beautiful flyers on our website. And we'll be showing you all of these flyers at our September meeting as we roll out our dashboard toolkit. But these are very intense measures and each of the components contribute in different ways, and actually combinations of indicators combine in different ways to achieve a level of who is prepared. If you are approaching prepared, perhaps you've met some of the criteria but not everything. And if you are not prepared for college or career, according to our indicator. Now, the numerator only includes the number of graduates who are in the prepared level. We report out on who achieves a level of approaching prepared, but they do not make it into the calculus of our actual indicator. And then the denominator is simply, again, the number of students and the denominator of the full graduation rate. And you must be a graduate in order to qualify to be prepared for college or career readiness as well. We move on from those other academic indicators into academic engagement with chronic absenteeism and the graduation rate. Now, obviously, this is going to be quite an indicator to look at this year as we gauge the percent of students who are considered chronically absent, which means in the state of California that they're absent for 10% or more of the instructional days that they were enrolled to attend. And this indicator is specific only to grades K through 8. It does not apply at the high school level. Now, unlike other indicators, the desired outcome of the chronic absenteeism indicator is actually low. We want a low chronic absenteeism rate, and therefore very low on this indicator is the best status level, which is a little bit different than, let's say, academic performance. We don't want very low academic performance. So you're going to see the values flip-flop in status for this indicator. The calculation for chronic absenteeism is just the number of students who meet that threshold of being 10% absent for more of the instructional days than they were enrolled to attend. And then the denominator is all of the students who were enrolled at an entity for more than 30 days. We do not include students who were enrolled under 30 days in our denominator due to flip-flops going around. So this is, though, remeasured at schools, LEAs, and the state level. So you might see different A student may be chronically absent in an LEA, but they may not show up and appear as chronically absent at the school level. Our other very familiar indicator is a graduation rate indicator, and I won't spend much time other than flipping through the slides on this, as it's the percent of high school graduates who receive a traditional diploma in grade 12. However, in California, we've added a little bit of spice to this one, as we actually measure combined graduation rate, which is a combination of our 4- and 5-year graduation rate for comprehensive and DAS high schools. So it reflects any students who are captured in our traditional 4-year cohort rate, as well as any 5-year graduates from the prior graduating class. We're looking at all of those students, the traditional cohort students in the numerator, and then we add in the number of 5th-year graduates from the prior graduating class. For the denominator, we use the 4-year cohort rate. Denominator is all of the students in the current cohort, and then we additionally add the number of 5th-year graduates from the prior graduating class. So this calculation gets a little confusing as well, but it really is just allowing us to capture any students who have, through approval from their school and LEA and district, to move on and complete their course through a 5th year. And we've gotten a lot of great feedback from our LEAs and from schools in support of this combination graduation rate. Additionally, we have a modified measure for our DAS graduation rate. And this is a 1-year graduation rate that only looks at students who are presently in grade 12 and how many of those students graduate within that same year. And finally, our conditions and climate state indicator, the suspension rate. This indicator reflects the percent of students who are suspended for at least one full aggregate day in any of the grades K through 12. Similar to chronic absenteeism, we're looking at a reverse goal of very low for suspension versus very high for other indicators. And our suspension rate indicator is the number of unduplicated students who have an aggregate suspension of at least one full day. So if they were suspended for a half day once, they also need to be suspended for a cumulative half day somewhere else in order to get to count in the suspension rate indicator. And then our denominator is all students who are enrolled for at least one day at that entity. The only confusion around this indicator often pops up is that someone will say, oh, it's one student bringing down our suspension rate. This is not a count of the number of suspensions at a school or a district. That information is available on DataQuest for the total number of suspensions, and students suspended. We're just looking at students suspended and how many total students. So one student could be suspended 15 times, but if they're the only student suspended at the school for the year, they only had one suspended student for the numerator. So that is a clarification around that. With that, I'm going to introduce our SASD team to walk you through the local indicators.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, State Superintendent Public Instruction Tony Thurman, Chief Deputy Nicely, members of the State Board of Education, staff, and the public. My name is William McGee, and I'm the new Director of the Student Achievement and Support Division. I appreciate the opportunity to be introduced this morning. Although this is only day 3, it does feel like I've been here for a year, and that's a good thing. The CDE staff that I've met have been very gracious and nice, and especially Delana Foreman, Doris Barfield, Patty Colvin, Justin Arrington, and Rochelle Smokey. They have been very welcoming and very helpful. Another example of this is the collaborative nature of the Students Achievement and Support Division, the educational administrators, Joshua Strong and Carrie Lopes. They were gracious enough to allow me to introduce myself, and I will turn it over to them. Carrie Lopes will talk about the local indicators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will, and welcome to CDE and welcome to SASD. So this portion of the presentation is to give the State Board a short overview of the purpose and history of the local indicators and results and how they're kind of reported on the dashboard. The work of the local indicators lies within LASSO. So what are the local indicators? State data is not available for some priority areas identified in LCFF statute. For these priority areas, the State Board approved local indicators, which are based on information that an LEA collects at the local level. The State Board adopted a self-reflection tool for each local indicator. This tool supports the annual reporting of progress on the dashboard. Additionally, the local indicator process serves to inform planning and progress within the LCAP. So currently there are 7 local indicators, 2 only specific to county offices of education, and Cindy spoke of this briefly in her presentation. So the local indicators are priority 1, basic conditions of learning, priority 2, implementation of state academic standards, priority 3, parental involvement and family engagement, priority 6, school climate as measured by a local climate survey only, priority 7, access to a broad course of study, and then priorities 9 and 10, which are applicable only to county offices, which are the coordination of services for expelled youth and the coordination of services for foster youth. So before we move on, I just want to quickly touch upon priority 1. So first, priority 1 ensures that 1, teachers are appropriately assigned and fully credentialed in the subject area that they are teaching. 2, every student has access to instructional materials aligned to the state standards. And 3, school facilities are maintained and in good repair. So in 2020, Education Code Section 52064.5 was revised to require that local indicators reflect school-level data when CDE collects or has access to that data. The first local indicator to be impacted by this change is the teacher assignment portion of Priority 1. Based on this change, Priority 1 is currently undergoing a transformation, particularly in the area of teacher quality, and AMARD will be addressing the impact of legislation for the dashboard in its upcoming slides. So moving on, Josh Strong will present the next few slides concerning performance standards, ratings, and reporting deadlines. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Joshua Strong, Administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office. As Carrie mentioned, the local indicators cover a broad range of subjects, and the reason behind the local indicators is really to get at the heart of that local data that is specific to a local educational agency's students, the families that they work with, the constituents, and the community that they live in. And so a lot of this data ends up being really reflective of the community in which the LEA works. It's important to note that local indicators, unlike state indicators, apply only at the LEA level. They don't look at the school level. However, it's also important to realize that the local indicators inform the identification, the eligibility of LEAs for differentiated assistance in the same way that state indicators do. It's also important to realize that as with state indicators, the local indicators change over time. They have flexibility. And the board has the ability to make changes and adaptations to those. Case in point, in March of 2021, the state board adopted a revised Priority 3 local indicator self-reflection tool to further enhance the analysis and reporting of parent involvement and family engagement within LEAs. Similarly, SB 75 has instigated a change to Priority 1 that's in the process of being worked on, and Cindy will speak more to that in a little bit. And then similar to that, AB 130, Section 134, also provided funding for the department to investigate the potential for standardized questions to be included in the surveys that are required as part of Priority 6 related to school climate. If there's one thing that we've seen within the last few years, it's the importance of school climate on the learning environment and on student achievement. It's been something that a lot of LEAs have been focusing on in their LCAPs and in their communities in general. And I think that the pandemic has really brought this to the forefront. It's important to note that when we're talking about Priority 6, we're actually talking about a number of different things. First, suspension rates, which are a state indicator, but also expulsion rates and other local measures, which include local surveys of student senses of safety and school connectedness. So it's important to realize that LEAs have flexibility to include other local measures in addition to surveys. It's also a good thing to remind everybody that all three of these have to be included and reported in an LEA's LCAP, Local Control and Accountability Plan, on an annual basis. And so in light of that, the board does have flexibility to pursue additional, to pursue some changes to the school climate to Priority 6 and the local indicator should it desire to do so. That would include potentially looking at those more closely at those standardized survey pieces, which is being headed up by Lisa Borrego's Whole Child Division. But then in addition to that, the board also has flexibility to be able to consider revisions to the self-reflection tool, as well as other potential ways to highlight school climate within the accountability system and within the dashboard. So moving on to the performance standard component of the local indicators. The SBE has approved the following performance standards for each of the local indicators. And there's three steps. First of all, the LEA is required to annually measure its progress in meeting the requirements of the LCFF priority, utilizing the SBE adopted self-reflection tools for each of the local indicators. Second, the LEA is required to report those results as part of a non-consent item at the same public meeting of the local governing board or body of the LEA at which the LCAP is adopted. And then third, it's required to report the results to the public through the dashboard. Now, as it relates specifically to the dashboard, an LEA that completes all three of these criteria in using the SBE approved standards receives a rating of met for that local indicator on the dashboard. An LEA that does not meet all three of those criteria in reporting to the dashboard receives a rating of not met for that local criteria on the dashboard. And an LEA that does not meet all three of the performance standards for 2 consecutive years receives a performance rating of not met for 2 or more years. The rating of not met for 2 or more years is part of the consideration when the LEAs are when it's being determined whether or not an LEA is eligible for differentiated assistance support. So really briefly, the reporting timeline for the local indicators. In December through May of each year, the LEA should be gathering and analyzing its data. This includes data and input from educational partners, from teachers, parents, students, members of the community, other school staff, local bargaining units, and using that to evaluate the LEA's implementation of each of the local indicators. Now, the intent of this data is not only to report it to the dashboard, but also to use this data to inform the LEA's LCAP and the development and the analysis of the LEA's plan and whether or not it's making progress towards that plan. Then, at the same public meeting at which the LEA's LCAP is adopted, the LEA reports the local indicator results to the governing board or body of the LEA. And then finally, in late August to December, the LEA's dashboard coordinator will report those local indicator results to the dashboard, which then appear when the dashboard becomes public, along with the state indicators in December. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Cindy Kazanis to discuss educational partner engagement and annual review.
Thanks, Josh. So as we started this conversation about an hour ago, we first talked about how this whole accountability system, in order to just literally stand it up, took at least 15 different meetings from the State Board of Education. And so just to reiterate, we're coming back full circle. Prior to items coming towards the State Board, the department has a practice of convening not only practitioners, but educational partners, community members to serve on policy groups. They're volunteers, I should say. They don't get paid to do this. And then we have a technical advisory board. And this is really a national standard that we hear from our peers in other states that they've set up. Actually, other states depend on institutes like higher education to do this work for them, to actually run dashboard calculations. Everything that Kimberly just described in Illinois, for example, the Illinois Institutes of Higher Education, there's a contract with them to do the work. So we are very fortunate in California that the state has invested in the State Education Agency, the California Department of Education specifically, to serve as your staff at the board, to run calculations, to set recommendations for cut scores and so on. So your policy group, though, there is a requirement in federal law to have what is called a practitioners advisory group. And so we call that affectionately the CPAG, who meets a couple of times a year. And prior to anything coming before the board, we take this before CPAG. And there is a formal input process, just like there is for your meetings, who they are individuals that you've selected, and so they are meant to advise you on the items that we bring before them prior to it coming to you. So that is the cycle and the rhythm around input from partners. And then we have taken the lead from Mao Vang and the assessments division, in which we do a summary when we do present items of all of the input that we've received or the webinars that we've conducted. And I have to tell you, we are now getting called from other states. So we've talked to, in the last year, New York, over the last couple of years, Kentucky, Tennessee, and we are on deck to talk to Maryland, specifically about our English learner progress indicators. So it's really exciting that there is a national presence for California's accountability system and that it's being recognized. We also are still seeing the legislature be very active in this space. And so I wanted to call to your attention a couple of bills. This probably doesn't cover everything, but this covers bills that have been chaptered and that we are absolutely paying attention to that impact the dashboard. So while LCFF stood as the fundamental piece of legislation that defined how the dashboard is created, these bills are starting to adjust or tinker with pieces of the dashboard. Specifically, the first two references are they totally allowed, or rather gave the state the ability to suspend the dashboard, so not to use the data during COVID. Those were the first two bills. The third bill, I know Josh has referenced, I've referenced around, which is Senate Bill 75, talks about the development of objective criteria when the state had valid and reliable data. And as President Darling Hammond mentioned, we just got that, and we've just released that within the last 2 weeks. So we're real excited, very excited to move forward on that piece. And then finally, if we go back all the way to 2019, there was a change in Ed Code that impacted how we report out data. And so we look at, for example, our A through G requirements next to our CTE data. So you see that now for our college career indicator. So just to close this out, and then I'll turn it over to President Darling Hammond to go through clarifying questions and public comment. We do have a couple of pending items that you'll hear from us. We'll be back in September. It'll be a shorter presentation, I hope, but we have next, we've been asked to talk about accountability principles that were first really developed back when we originally put together the accountability system 2015-2016. So we've put an updated look on it, and we are seeking input and adoption around those in future meetings. We will also show you our communications toolkit, which we're really excited about. We've been talking to some statewide organizations around what is needed in that toolkit for this year, because as I mentioned, we have so many new staff, not only at the local level, but at districts and county offices of education. You will also, similar to what you did back in March, adopt the criteria for differentiated assistance for this 1 year, only using status. And then finally, we will be bringing forward to you the look of Priority 1, specifically where the link will go for the teaching assignment monitoring outcome data. So to close this out, these are the look beyond September, really 2023, 2024, and actually into 2025. College career indicator measures, we have not yet started collecting student level data around these two pieces, civic engagement or industry certifications, but they are absolutely something that is on our radar, and we are having regular discussions with our partners on the program side around this. The California Science Test is absolutely on our radar, as well as the student growth model. And then finally, we've already talked about this multiple times, establishing this objective criteria for any state level data that's collected that's relevant to Priority 1. So with that, I will turn it to President Darling Hammond for clarifying questions and next steps.
Thank you so much. I know it's a lot for everyone to process, but it is a complicated and sophisticated system, more so than many others, as we've heard. I just want to frame as one of the liaisons, and then I'm going to ask Member Glover Woods to also give us some framing as we wait for public comment and any clarifying questions, that the goal of a system, as we think about where we are and where we might want to go, is to really represent what we think is important about education. It should represent our vision, our philosophy for the ways in which people might understand and make progress in the education system to support children, to support educators, to support districts, and to enable the system to be well informed. So just to kind of keep that frame on it, and I'm going to turn to Vice President Glover Woods for any other liaison comments before we see about clarifying questions and public comment.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond, and thank you, Cindy and team, for just a very thorough and robust presentation, if you will, but really, as it's listed, a study session on our accountability system. And so just a few comments before we go into public comment and have our discussion as a board. I have to say, as a practitioner in the field and also as a board member, how excited I am to see an accountability system that really looks at providing the data needed for decisions to be made at the local level. As was shared, our system is built on a few foundational principles, but the two that I feel are most key is that foundational principle of equity and also of continuous improvement. And what we've done is we've moved and navigated away from the name and shame game. I don't know, many of you, if you remember when all the names of the schools would come out in the newspaper with the numbers next to them, and there was just a whole lot of conversation and discussion that didn't always end up in good results for students. It ended up in a lot of different places. So we moved away from that to a system that I will admit is complex. It's more than a single number. It is really looking at all of these different areas that help our school systems to know how students are doing. An analogy I've used in the past is it's similar to when you go to the doctor. You don't just step on the scale and leave and they just give you that one number to know how healthy you are. and what areas you might need to improve in. There are multiple things that are looked at, blood pressure, and then if you do blood work, there are all these other numbers that are utilized to help us know how healthy we are, areas that we're doing well in, and areas that we need to improve in. And our system, our accountability system, has that same lens, and it also recognizes that it's more than just where we are at the time, which is our status, but also how things have evolved in student performance over time, which is the change. So quite excited about that. The last comment that I will make, and I will stop talking, I promise, is to just help to underscore how important in our lens of continuous improvement feedback is. Our system does not look the same as it did in 2017, and very intentionally so. As was shared in our presentation, there are a lot of indicators that have had the data markers shifted, changed, added, and that is indeed what we want to have happen. And a lot of that comes from that feedback from our educational partners, those who are in the field, those who work on policy, all those who are impacted on how student performance ends up. So looking quite forward to our future discussions in September and beyond. And again, I think this was a great example on how California has set the tone and how to look at accountability for students across our nation. So thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts and ideas, and again, look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. We're going to open the phone line for public comment, and then I'm going to come back for any brief clarifying questions. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on the item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And so people can begin to queue up for that. I know there's a lot. Are there clarifying questions that anybody would like to ask at this time before we come back for discussion of the presentation and our thoughts about next steps? We're going to have more time for this on the September agenda too, so just so that you can understand how it will unfold. Any clarifying questions? I am not seeing any hands at the moment. Oh, Member Benanca?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for that extremely informative and comprehensive presentation. In the presentation, I noticed that for the chronic absenteeism indicator, it was noted that it was only displayed for grades K through 8 and not high schools. And so if it would be possible to add that indicator for high school grades in the future.
That's getting into a bigger policy question, but maybe we could just ask now why it's not currently used for high school.
Of course. We actually should have probably put in this graphic, but there's a graphic that we've used in the past that shows the distribution of those academic indicators and those other indicators of success by grade level. So there needs to be a balance under ESSA by grade level for those. And so when the board approached the U.S. Department of Education about the inclusion of chronic absenteeism, the compromise was we would use high school graduation rate as a proxy for chronic absenteeism. I want to be very clear. We collect chronic absenteeism for every single student in the state that's in K-12 education. We report that data out and have reported that data out on DataQuest since we started collecting this information. So in lieu of that information on the dashboard, it is absolutely available for every single student group, grade level, as well as by school, district, and state and county comparisons on DataQuest. So that's the balance. If the board wants to entertain this, we'd have to find an appropriate additional measure for our elementary schools to balance out those weights.
Yeah, and I think that this is part of the bigger question. You know, the Department of Education, as I noted, has flagged that they are willing to think differently about this question of what indicators, what weights for the indicators than was the case in the initial, framing of guidance from the Department of Education. The law would allow much more flexibility, and California asked for many flexibilities. We didn't get all of them at the time. So I think your question is timely and one that, is a longer term question that could be taken up.
Got it. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. We're going to then, I don't see any other hands for clarifying questions, so we're going to move to public comments. And I understand there are some callers in the queue.
Yes, we have currently 22 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. State Board of Education, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Eduardo Munoz, and I'm calling with regards to the consequences of the academic indicator and the LP with regards to identifying different types of English learners in the LCAP. And I'm calling to urge that, together with the arguments that will be presented by Californians Together, that these LP CAT scores are made more rigorous, so that LCAPs in districts can actually reflect the needs of English learners and start presenting actions that are identifiable to support multilingual learners, which currently, based on research, it is not shown. There's a dire need for our LCAPs to really reflect the needs of English learners, and currently that is not happening. Addressing the issue of the CAT scores would actually provide more conditions to identify that there is a need there.
Time.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, you are live.
Hard to hear.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurman, Vice President Grover Woods, and members of the board. Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. SSDA would like to thank the board for their guidance and CDE for a thoughtful discussion of the state's accountability journey. It's clear we've made a great deal of progress. The involvement and empowerment provided at the local level is shown to be effective and truly a system of continuous improvement. As we move forward in shaping our accountability system and then fine-tuning the dashboard, SSDA would simply ask that we continue to move forward patiently and deliberately and resist the urge to add more to the dashboard too quickly. We've had a new LCAP template nearly every year, so we are constantly adjusting to new state requirements when the focus must be always on our students first. We don't want to lose quality because of a lack of capacity. However, by working together, we can continue to prioritize what is best for our students, our families, our staff, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Ali Mazzoda, and I'm an Equity Fellow at Children Now and a student at Northwestern University. Positive school climate is crucial. Students need to feel safe on campus and have connections with adults in order to achieve their full potential. Having a caring relationship with at least one adult at school is proven to be critical to student well-being, yet only 57% of California's ninth graders report having such connections. There's a clear issue at hand, yet this data cannot be linked to specific school sites with the current system. As someone who has gone through the California education system recently, I know I benefited from feeling safe on my campuses and having connections to my teachers. Thus, I hope the board can see the importance of school climate and place more emphasis on student surveys in the accountability system by first, conducting the surveys annually, second, having a small subset of standardized questions, and third, reporting actual results statewide to engage the public on these issues. Thank you, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Noah Bernicki, and I'm an Equity Fellow for Children Now and a student at Georgetown University. I would like to comment today on the English Learner Progress Indicator. As a former English learner myself, I understand how crucial English proficiency is to academic success. The research-based expectation is for students who start the lowest level of English to be reclassified within 5 to 7 years, which relies on them making annual improvement. However, for a district to be classified as doing well, only 55% of their English learners need to make progress every year. However, this allows almost half of students to not improve and not be on track to meet those research-based targets without any red flags being raised. As a result, thousands of kids in California enter ELD in kindergarten, yet do not reach proficiency by 6th grade. During this time, they accumulate content gaps in other subjects that continues to widen until they achieve English mastery. In order to support English learner students better, the LP standards for districts need to be raised to align better with research and promote higher outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Dr. Hayen Kimner with the California Community Schools Learning Exchange. Much thanks to the State Board and to CDE staff for that extraordinary update on a consistent and rigorous process to continue to measure the things that matter and how to use that information to support schools, districts, and partners to advance comprehensive student well-being. CSLX continues to carefully look at the several important developments in policy and funding that must be coherent and aligned to support strong, effective, and sustainable community school systems and strategies. We strongly encourage the department, community school partners, and technical assistance providers to center the comprehensive work of the dashboard as a core component of planning and implementation. This includes all of the indicators and priorities, not just those that might traditionally be seen as the domain of community schools, like parent and family engagement or school climate. If the dashboard is meant to truly be a reflection of a whole child and whole system strategy, we must also continue to de-silo the data and who and why it matters in practice. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond and State Board members. My name is Sarah Arce, and I am an Equity Fellow with Children Now and a graduate student at UCI. The current college and career indicator appears to undervalue the role of work-based learning in meeting workplace demands for students. Currently, 64.2% of students from low socioeconomic backgrounds do not meet a level of prepared under the CCI upon high school graduation. These students are not graduating with the skills and resources necessary to succeed in their following endeavors. Additionally, 43% of students, including those of low socioeconomic background, work their way through college. So it is imperative that students graduate from high school with both academic and work skills. First, the board must incentivize districts to value work-based learning by expanding options to demonstrate career readiness, including internships and job shadowing opportunities. Second, it would be beneficial to establish an exceeds prepared level of rating on the CCI that would demonstrate that the students are both college ready and career ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and other board members. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates for the LCFS Equity Coalition. We commend the department for taking the opportunity to refresh the board on the accountability system. Our colleagues Cindy, Kim, and Josh did an amazing job in their overview. The coalition has continuously advocated that the CCI is a measure of both college and career, not one or the other, to ensure that our state's goal is for all students to have equal opportunities to succeed in college and career readiness. We urge the board to make clear that the state's goal is for both post-secondary life preparation, and today's economy, that's both college and career, not one or the other. We share our excitement and thanks with President Darling Hammond about the work related to the teaching assignment monitoring data, and we encourage the board and the department to conduct an analysis of the available teacher assignment data by student group and include that information on the dashboard and in additional reports, such as the school accountability report card. We want a greater understanding by students, families, and the public about...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Leticia Garcia on behalf of Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. The pandemic impacted our students and families in many ways, and LEAs know that meeting the academic and social-emotional needs of their students is critical. We agree with CDE staff that as we return to hold LEAs accountable for student outcomes, it's important to remember how we got here and a study session accomplishes this goal. The dashboard is the flashlight of our accountability system, a system rooted in the principle of continuous improvement that allows LEAs to learn which strategies most likely lead to student success. The mix of state and local indicators in the dashboard are the foundation of our accountability system and align to LCFF priorities and ESSA measures, providing a fuller picture of student outcomes. The robust level of information helps drive local conversations to make the necessary changes that best meet the needs of their students. We stand ready to work with the board and our colleagues to do the same at the statewide level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, you are live. Please state your name and affiliation. Okay, moving on. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patty Chavez from Chula Vista, California, and I'm representing Parent Institute for Quality Education, part of the LCFF Equity Coalition, and in partnership with Californians Together. Thank you all for your dedication and such wonderful presentations. As a family engagement and education nonprofit serving EL populations across California, we work to empower parents to engage in their children's education. Part of that engagement includes having accurate information about the academic standing of their students to better target support and advocate for LCAP funding. LCAPs give our families and us as education advocates the insight we need to identify where programs and services are needed and set goals and standards for our districts. Our families tell us very often, because of knowledge and tools, they no longer just have a dream, but can actually create a plan for success, and it's working. We hope you will ensure that the outcomes and needs of EL students and other populations in need are clearly articulated in our LCAP so we can work together to provide them with the support they deserve. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. Michelle Holcomb, Executive Director for the California Association of Science Educators. On behalf of KISS members and the Science Coalition, we would like to thank President Darling Hammond, State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, and CDE for continued development of science as an indicator on the dashboard, and the State Board of Education for maintaining strong commitment to including a science indicator. We know that multiple years of CAS data are required in order to set performance and growth levels, and that this data will not be available until the results of the 2023 administration in order to determine feasibility of its inclusion on the dashboard. Yet as districts begin developing their LCAP plans, they are directed to look to the dashboard for guidance on setting priorities. With a science indicator absent from the dashboard, many districts are at risk of further deprioritizing science instruction. An information-only item on the dashboard will send a strong signal to districts to plan for and invest in science now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Todd Collins. I'm a board member in Palo Alto Unified, and I also serve on your practitioner advisory group. I shared more detailed written comments with you earlier, and I hope you'll have a chance to read them. My main point is that despite its obvious good intentions, our accountability system and dashboard do not meet the most crucial needs of the local school board members like me. They don't actually help us improve. Further, they don't meet the most critical needs of parents, which is to choose the best schools for their children. I've asked a large number of district leaders, school board members, and families all over the state that they found the dashboard important in guiding their work. I'm sorry to report to you that a large majority say they do not. Most board members never look at it, most district leaders don't attend to it, and very few families make any use of it at all. It's become mostly a compliance tool. I hope you'll take a chance today to step back and reflect on this and try to meet the most important needs of school boards and parents. I know we can do better if we try. Thanks for the opportunity to address you, and thanks for your service to California's 6 million students.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lena Bakshi, Board Secretary for the California Association for Science Educators and Executive Director of the nonprofit STEM for Real, where we provide science and mathematics professional learning through a justice-centered lens. I want to echo support for science as an indicator on the California dashboard. California administrators have actively advised elementary teachers not to teach science and to focus on mathematics and ELA since that is what is seen on the California dashboard. This creates a drastic inequity starting in the elementary years. It's impossible to catch up. Science is an equity issue with big differences in access to STEM careers for different groups of students, particularly our marginalized students. Science could be included sooner as an information-only item. If it is not measured or tested, it is unfortunately not taught, and thus learning is lost. I truly want to thank Dr. Darling Hammond and the board for your time and for this opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Barajas with Californians Together. I'd like to draw your attention today to the low expectations signaled by the current cut scores for the English Language Proficiency Indicator, LP. We agree with the rationale for designated 6 levels of LP, which aligns with the research documenting that it takes 5 to 7 years for ELs to become proficient in English. We also agree that making 1 level growth is realistic for the majority of ELs. However, the current cut scores create complacency in a system where the majority of ELs have not grown 1 level every year. Current cut scores identify districts' status as low in red when just 35% or less of the ELs grow 1 level, and identify high status if a little more than half of the ELs grow 1 level. Half is not an ambitious long-term goal that the cut scores are intended to be. In a truly equity-focused system, expectations should be set based on the outcomes that we want, not the outcomes that have been inequitable that have been produced in years past. We ask the board to revise the cut scores for LP. We can do better.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Dr. Darling Hammond and board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA appreciates the board and CD's thoughtful consideration of the state's accountability system as it resumes after a 2-year hiatus due to a global pandemic. This includes item 2's detailed refresher. As the state proceeds with implementing updates and modifications to the accountability system, such as inclusion of the teacher assignment data onto the dashboard, ACSA looks forward to the continued collaboration to ensure the voices of educators who directly interact and impact California's 6 million students are reflected in any changes made. Thank you again to the board and CE for your work on this very important issue.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, Madam President. This is Brian Rivas speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. We agree with our partners at the California Association of Science Educators about the importance of placing science assessment results on the dashboard. Science achievement isn't going well, and that's especially true for students of color, and it's affecting college access because frequently science is a problem area when it comes to completing A through G requirements. We need science to be present when LEAs develop their LCAPs and develop or allocate resources. So we think placing science assessment results on the dashboard is an important way to do that. And I also want to say thank you to those of you who advised the governor and his team on the budget for the $85 million that was included in the budget for STEM teacher professional development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Snyder, the current chair of the Successive Curriculum and Instruction Steering Committee, calling on behalf of the 58 county superintendents of schools. Successive would like to thank the CDE for such a comprehensive presentation today. Your leadership over the past 2 years through the pandemic, pause of our accountability system. Thank you. As county offices, we find the dashboard to be a useful tool in assisting LEAs in identifying areas of need for improvement. As such, we have greatly valued the opportunities to engage with the CDE to provide recommendations so that the data reported to the dashboard provides the most accurate picture of performance. Newly collected data are going to be incorporated into the dashboard in coming years. To protect the validity and reliability of the dashboard, we respectfully request that there be ample opportunities for LEA recommendations prior to decisions being made as to how these new data will be reported and calculated for accountability purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
President Darling Hammond and board members, Shelley Spiegel Coleman, Californians Together.
Districts are guided by the data from the dashboard to determine which student populations to address in their LCAP. We request a review of the definition of the EL population to disaggregate English learner only from RFEPs for the academic indicator. Our 3-year LCAP reports, and the fourth to be available in September, document that very few districts include goals, metrics, and growth targets for ELs, resulting in masking their performance level on the dashboard. An additional concern for aggregated score is demonstrated by the current geo region, which includes Kern, LA, Fresno, Ventura, and Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo, enrolling 34% of the state's ELs. Only one school district is designated for DA for English learners, an underrepresentation of districts needing support for English learners. We welcome an opportunity to engage with the board and the department to review this indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Lucero Chavez with the Parent Institute for Quality Education, PIQUE, part of the LCFF Equity Coalition and in partnership with Californians Together. We are a family engagement and education nonprofit serving more than 18,000 families annually across California, including English learners. And today we want to emphasize the importance of disaggregating English learners and reclassified English learners in the academic indicator. Aggregating scores masks real outcomes, possibly giving the impression that students are doing better than they are. At PIQUE, our mission is to empower families with knowledge and skills to actively participate in their children's education, and our parents are ready to support their students, but they need the accurate data to do so. As an RFEP myself, I also know that students need to change as they become proficient, and tracking when they do can help us better understand their journey to proficiency. We ask that you take note on the importance of differentiating our English learner populations as you make decisions and create systems to best support our students. And thank you so much for your service to the state of California.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education. This is Manuel Buenrostro, Associate Director of Policy at Californians Together. And I'm calling to draw your attention to the consequences that the current cut scores for the LP might have on our education system, especially given the low expectations that were previously mentioned. We want to see more urgency in the system, and we're concerned that in a state where the majority of ELs do not make growth from one level to the next, we're not going to be able to see that with the current cut scores. So with the 2019 data that was released, we saw that less than 1% of school districts, 20 school districts to be exact, would be identified as needing attention to help ELs. This would represent less than 1% of English learners in the state, when we know that the need is so much larger than that. So we are concerned that the cut scores will continue to mask the real need by districts and schools. And
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Eric Alvarez, a Policy Associate with Californians Together. Along with other recommendations we've mentioned this morning, I would like to highlight the recommendation to revise the cut scores for LP with a new measure other than the bell curve. We asked the board to revise the cut scores for the LP with a new measure that is based on what an equity-focused system should be producing.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I am Marta Hernandez with Californians Together, and we applaud the work of CDE and staff on this critical issue. Since the inception of the equity-focused local control funding formula a decade ago, Californians Together has been engaged in efforts to ensure that the accountability system fulfill the promise of equity, parity, and continuous improvement for English learners. With the intent to make the system better, there are issues yet to be resolved, including the lack of setting ambitious LP goals and addressing the obscuring of the actual academic needs of both English learner only and reclassified fluent English proficient students, which results in a lack of urgency to meet their needs in LCAPs, failure to set growth targets and therefore close gaps, and failure to provide supports to districts to increase their effectiveness in increasing English learner growth and achievement through the system of support. We stand ready to assist in working with your staff on this critical issue. Thank you. Thank you very much for an outstanding presentation.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Sally Fox, and I'm representing the California Association for Bilingual Education. In light of all the comments you've heard from members of Californians Together, we would like to offer these comments and recommendations. Including a growth model in California schools' accountability systems has been a positive step forward toward equity and transparency and for our English learner program's effectiveness. We believe it is wise to examine results regularly to be sure the data we are using to make decisions are richly contextualized and appropriate. In fact, this has been a concern of ours for several years, which is why we continue to recommend the revision of the definition of ELs for the academic indicator and that we report ELs and RFEPs separately. We believe the growth model should include the reporting of current ELs and RFEPs when constructing the model. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Suzanne Cooey of the Charter Schools Development Center. We appreciate the excellent work of CDE staff on the dashboard and also appreciate board members' comments to pull out to the bigger picture. CDSDC urges the board to ensure that information on the dashboard helps educators assess growth in student performance. We care about student performance level, but also it is not only the score that matters, it's how far the school is taking students and how quickly schools are helping students progress. And it does matter what challenges those students bring. That's how we should be looking at school quality. That's what school quality is about. CSDC urges the board to take the steps necessary to identify school quality accurately. This may be by providing additional information, by conducting outreach as to appropriate use of the dashboard metrics, by adjusting metrics, and through sound use of growth data. As an example, we can see the difficulty with the LP metric, which does reflect...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Penalizes.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California. We also want to thank you for taking the time to have this important study session. When California passed LCFF nearly a decade ago to begin to address these longstanding inequities in our education system, we recognized a key part of this comprehensive proposal was a more robust accountability system with multiple meaningful measures of school performance, a focus on subgroup performance, and a system of support that fosters continuous improvement. We appreciate all the work that's been done to continue to improve the measures on our dashboard. As outlined in the letters from both the LCFF Equity Coalition and the Alliance for Students, we believe that there are future opportunities to continue to improve the system, including progress on the teacher data that's already been made, but continuing to push on that, the urgency of really getting to a student growth model, improving our alternative schools measures, the science assessment, as has been mentioned, the work on the LP and the expectations for the LP, as has been mentioned by my colleagues, as well as really focusing on the balance of indicators on the dashboard. Our teachers are eager to continue this work with you and hope that this is the start of a new set of conversations, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
Thank you so much. Lots of interesting and useful comments from the public. We really appreciate those who took the time to do that. At this point, I want to open the floor for conversation. I'll just add one comment, which is that there was some remarks in the public comment about the importance of being careful, taking things slowly enough to know what the impacts would be, really being deliberate in the process of considering next steps. And I just wanted to reinforce that has been the priority of this board in creating this dashboard. Each one of those indicators was evaluated, discussed, modeled in the data set with data coming back to the board and discussed further. Very, very careful process. And, it would be our intention to continue that process. There was an era in earlier accountability eras where various kinds of measures were kind of quickly constructed and thrown into the mix in various states across the country with unintended consequences. So I think California board learned the lesson of being careful, deliberate, and engaged with the public on the process. Who would like to make any comments? We can both ask questions and sort of flag things that we want to be sure to talk about. Remember, this is going to be on the agenda again in September. So some of what we're doing is building that agenda today. Member Escobedo.
Yes, I again want to commend our staff and also board members in the past who really helped create this amazing structure. And I know as a superintendent, we looked at this data very, very carefully in my previous life. And as you well know, looking at that conversation, that collaboration around data is so key. And I do know that the window of testing ends in this month. And I just wonder, just looking at a way to get this data to the hands of our educators before December, I would hope we can look at that, knowing that every district has a different beginning and ending time. But I do believe that whether we phase in the data or parts of the data, but I think having these conversations earlier for school districts will be very critical because again, those conversations, those collaborations that site principals have among each other, teachers with teachers and teachers among each other is critical. And I do know districts do download the data and they create their own dashboard. Many of them do, but nonetheless, just wonder if we can look at that. And then additionally, the whole issue of how do we assess climate? I think we need to think in a very methodical way how to go beyond suspension rates. And now that we have a lot of these community schools being built and using some type of assessment tool, I think that is that is standardized throughout the state, I think would be very important for us to incorporate in the future as we test and learn more. I think we need to have a more robust way to access how our learning, cultures and climate, how are they improving at a school site?
Thank you so much. I'm going to suggest that the staff keep track of any implicit questions that you want to give us some answers to, but I'm going to take a couple more comments and we can kind of store up a sense of what we want to know more about and explore. Member Rodriguez, and then Member Orozco Gonzalez, and then Member Patillo Bronson, and then Member Lewis.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, President Darlene Hammond, and thank you, staff, for this incredible overview. I feel like I was looking at my life in reverse. There was a period when I ran into President Darlene Hammond in Washington, D.C. at a teaching and learning conference. This was 2012, and I was in tears, ready to leave the teaching profession. And she told me, hang in there. There are great things coming down the pike in California. And we just saw, how it unfolded. And this presentation that as a lot of these policies and changes have happened here in California, starting with the LCFF, because of it's a shift in mindset. And what I see sometimes, like at my school site, is that there's still the like some of the scars and the wounds left from NCLB. And like when we talk about being trauma-informed educators, there's still some of that, and that feeling of punishment still lives in the psyches of teachers, paraprofessionals, admin. And so this presentation that we just saw right now, and tapping into the statement that President Darlene Hammond made about philosophy, it would be, I'd like to think of a way that we can channel all of this and sort of kind of like re-represent it to our admin, our sites through county offices, that this is a complete mind shift. I remember during NCLB when school departments were pitted against each other. Our schools were pitted against each other. Like, look at how well English is doing. Oh, look at how math is doing, right? And so those scars are still there. And I would love to communicate the philosophy and just show, right? And we're doing it with a lot of whether it's community schools, in so many of the steps that this board has taken to improve this. I'd also like to echo and thank the callers for their comments this morning. And I want to echo the comment about school climate from our caller who just left high school herself, how important that is, and how important the social emotional learning component, having students feel connected to the campus, to their teachers, to their classmates. And this, I think, is also something that is directly connected to equity, and perhaps, thinking about what we can do at schools to maybe rethink what our schools look like, so that we can have real spaces, authentic spaces for those transformations. Also, I don't want to feel like we don't have the proper expectations for our English language learners. And I really, this topic has come up a few times, and I want to acknowledge our advocates for English language learners, because, being one myself, being from a border community, and understanding the needs of our English language learners and how important it is to have a command of the language to be able to be college and career ready. And I'd really like to explore that question that has come up again about the cut scores and how our efforts are being channeled in that area. And lastly, and thank you, Superintendent Thurman, for that shout out to teachers teaching summer school. I did it for the first time this year. And as I was teaching about the creation of the atom bomb and the Manhattan Project, I was talking about the differences in thought between the conflict between the Army under Lieutenant Groves and Oppenheimer and the scientists, and that clash of, between the scientific thinking and the top-down thinking. And a student of mine said, "Oh, I know science has so many opinions, right?" And like all my shackles went up, because no, science doesn't have opinions, right? There's a difference between facts and opinions. And for a lot of the problems that exist in our society, from climate change to how to create safer and healthier communities, science is at the core of that. And I appreciate, the amount of money that's been set aside for STEM education. And I'd also like to explore the possibility of having science, the CAST results as an information item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Orozco Gonzalez is next.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to really just thank the CDE for the outstanding overview of assessments and cut scores. I truly appreciate the information as a practitioner and how it applies to my instruction. I work with predominantly English language learners, and I myself, I'm an English language learner, and I know how important it is to have accurate data so that we can drive instruction and create proper assessments, not only to drive our instruction, but to learn from. And I'd like to explore and dive deeper into the aggregated scores in the dashboard in regards to the results for English language learners. This is, I think, an ongoing conversation. So I think that for our future meeting, this is something I'd like to also revisit, the EL definition for the academic indicator and the report for ELOs and for RFEP separately for accountability. So this is something that I think is of high interest, not only to the callers, but I think to teachers across the state that are working with English language learners, and how it could drive our instruction. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Member Patillo Bronson.
Good, not quite morning, late morning now. I also want to join in thanks to the CDE for an incredibly concise, but also really rich history of the present. It's sort of extraordinary and really, actually, it slightly made me nostalgic to hear the start off with the getting down to facts reports at the beginning, and realizing, because it's so much, I think, the air that we breathe now in California, but also realizing that it's not really even a full decade old, and that it is still not the norm around the country to have these types of aims around continuous improvement, of data as a flashlight, but also of all of the meat that goes into actually shining a light and improving or clarifying pathways for improvement. I think there were a couple themes that I just wanted to lift up that some of our board colleagues just lifted up as well, but two that stand out, I think, that came up across several public comments around a future in which we're going to want to look, I think, a little bit more at disaggregating RFEPs and ELs, and wanting to understand more, but also wanting to really look at what our current data system does by aggregating those groups, and also what are the opportunities for improvement in the future. I think another issue around the cut scores for LPs and what sort of expectations we're broadcasting in the future system, I think are great topics for us to think about in the future. And as I think, particularly anything that the department can share in terms of timelines, spaces for engagement, particularly for members of the ed community, I think would be really helpful so that people know what the calendar and the rhythm of business will be for 2023, I think, which was named as kind of the time frame when we'd be looking at some of these issues in the future. And then maybe just the last thing I'll say is all of the evolution, I think, that was described in the presentation is really is a number of tectonic shifts, some of which have originated here at State Board, some of which have been in the governor's office, the legislature, the many educators who actually lead our schools. And I also just want to flag that I think so many of the education advocates and equity advocates have continued to sort of push our thinking. And I want to thank all of the many contributors to this conversation who are not settling for good enough. And I think it's a hallmark of California striving that we are continuing to seek to improve the system as we move forward.
Thank you. Member Lewis and then Member Olken.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond. And I would also like to echo my thanks to the staff for the presentation today. Even though I'm not too far from the process of having been involved in all of that and looking at data at the school sites and within the district, it was a great refresher and great reminder of the accountability system. And also thank you not to just only current staff, but past staff, current board members, past board members that had a role in helping to develop that system and to roll it out so that we can better serve our students. But without repeating and going into depth on a lot of things that have already been said by my colleagues, I would just also like to echo my desire for us to look further into science information only on the dashboard and what would be a reasonable timing for that in light of when it actually becomes a true indicator with results on our dashboard. Also, with revisiting the definition of ELs and disaggregating the EL data, what's the feasibility of that and what information can be drawn from that would help our school sites better serve our EL population. And the only thing I would like to add in addition to that is in reviewing the information memo of August 13, 2019 regarding an update on the inclusion of English learners in the academic indicator and others. There was information in there about what the disaggregation or just reporting English learners only and leaving out reclassified English learners, what that would do to the insize of those different groups and how many districts would be eliminated from getting scores for those students. But also in that memo was about the fact that EL and RFEP student populations could have different characteristics because our reclassification system is so different within districts across the state. And that I know that the LPAC is one common indicator for reclassification across the state. And then at the time there was the OCTEL that was going to be piloted in certain districts. And I'd like to hear more about that and where we are with that pilot and what is the feasibility of creating a system statewide where there's indicators may be the same within districts, whether that the pros and the cons of that, so that maybe at the crux of the problem the concern is the reclassification and how that differs so much across districts and how you're actually comparing apples to apples when that reclassification is so different. If I'm articulating that clearly, but if that's an area that we could look into and get more information regarding that. And I think that is it on my list that hasn't been repeated. So thank you. I don't want to be repetitive, but thank you. I agree with you.
It's also helpful to know where there's reinforcement for interest in certain areas. So thank you so much. Member Olkin and then Member Liverwoods. Did I see your hand go up for a minute? Okay. Member Olkin.
Thank you. Thank you again to reiterate for this incredible presentation. Member Lewis just said she's not far removed from being at the school level or the district level where you're working with this accountability system and data on a regular basis, and I'm not removed at all, and it was still extremely helpful to me. And so I really appreciate both the thoughtfulness of the presentation and also the foresight that this would be useful for us. Just thinking about how this will help us do a good job moving forward. So thank you. And I have a couple of thoughts. One, I absolutely wanted to reinforce or just agree with Member Rodriguez about the sort of scars of old accountability systems, having worked in education long enough to feel like accountability was a really long 4-letter word. It didn't measure the accountability systems. Not only did they not measure what we cared about, but they went about it in a way that felt very reductive and ableist and reinforced bad school climate rather than helping create a good one. And I think one of the things that struck me as really important was very early in the presentation when we were talking about the goals of our accountability system, and that the goals of the accountability system are as much about student performance as increasing capacity of educators and schools to do good work. And I think that in and of itself is a really big shift, and I think it's a place perhaps to double down, to really think about how the accountability system is living out that goal. How is it realizing that goal? How are more educators and schools becoming better at what they do because of the multiple measures in our system? How do they understand them so they feel like they can focus on them in a good way? How are we using the communication tools that we've already created? Sort of all of that stuff feels very important to me, because without really focusing on the capacity of people, teachers, school leaders, paraprofessionals, special educators, parents, kids even, to understand what it is we're striving for and what the supports are that are out there, the accountability system will, I think, continue to feel like a very long 4-letter word to people, even though it isn't anymore. And then that sort of brings me to another related piece about capacity of educators and the link between student achievement and teacher efficacy, which is there isn't, and I could be wrong, although I did just listen very carefully, anything in the accountability system related to like staff climate, staff growth, anything that is recognizing and prioritizing that link between teacher growth, adult learning, and student learning. And I know, for example, in terms of developing a strong school climate, the climate amongst our staff, like we needed to first you need to think about how you're developing a strong, for example, race equity culture amongst your adults, so that the adults then can do the same can help guide that for the students. And so there's something in there for me around staff culture and staff learning that feels really important if we're trying to measure what we value. So those are my thoughts. I hope they make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. I, first of all, thank and appreciate all the public comments we received, as well as correspondence, and all of the great comments that we've just heard from all of the board members. My request is, as we go forward, that we have opportunity to also know of what has been done up to this point in some of these areas. Reason being, not that it doesn't mean that things should not be changed or adjusted, but it's very helpful, at least I know for me, it's very helpful to know what has been talked about, what has been looked at, even prior to all of us coming on the board, so that as we move forward with that lens of continuous improvement, we have opportunity to know what's come before us, so that we can look at what needs to go ahead. As it was said, really, it's hard to believe it's only been 5 years that we've been in the system, but a lot has happened in 5 years, truth be told. So there is no doubt that, again, under that lens of continuous improvement, that there will need to be things looked at, maybe even again 2 or 3 times, to make sure that we get it right for kids. So that's my very long way of requesting that as we move forward in our study session and future items, that we have some background on perhaps what may have been explored prior to that time to help us make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's everyone who wanted to make a comment at this time. So I'm just going to kind of tie up what I've heard here, and we'll go ahead and set the agenda for coming meetings around some of the things that are of interest to the board. I heard the importance of looking at issues of school climate in some broader ways, including staff climate. There are states that do actually measure school climate in a statewide fashion that also include surveys and indicators around teachers and educators and other staff. So there's an interesting area to, explore. We need to know more about what's going on in our own state. To your point, Vice President Glover Woods, we need to understand what came before in various areas. And also it will be helpful to know what some other states are doing. We are ahead of many states in many ways, but there are some states that are doing very innovative things that are moving, beyond where we have yet considered. The question about science and how it might find its way into the information system on the dashboard is one that came up from a number of people. The number of folks who mentioned the English learner indicator. I'll just a little bit of history, thinking about what came before, remind folks that the indicator in the past under No Child Left Behind did keep English learners as a separate group from any other reclassified English learners. In the current system in ESSA, they did allow for students who'd been English learners to be counted in that group for a few more years, but then they move out of the group. And the reason that was, many people advocated for that in the ESSA law, was because if you only look at English learners within the group, you will never see progress, because as soon as students are reclassified, they leave the group. And therefore, when you look at, is the group moving, the group can't move because of the rules of taking, not counting the scores of kids who have progressed beyond the benchmark, whatever it is. So it's a complicated question. There's certainly a good reason to try to understand how kids are doing at different points along the trajectory of English learners. And, I think there's a lot of interest in exploring all of those questions. It is complicated. And Member Lewis, I appreciated the fact that you'd already been looking into the memo from 2019 and some of the various issues that are associated with the indicators. So we'll find this about many indicators, that there are lots of technical and normative and other complexities to think through. And we clearly want to put that on the agenda. And then finally, I really appreciated the point, I think it was Member Olken who said, how do we double down on the question of the use of the indicators, the dashboard, the accountability system, such that it can be understood and enabled to function as a continuous improvement system, so that we can indeed really move beyond the old test and punish framework that still, creates PTSD in a lot of educators and districts across the state. That, acknowledging the ways in which several people said the schools contribute to student growth. That is the main point of giving people information and looking at, for us at the state board level and for other state policymakers, is to figure out how the information we get helps us make the investments that, can help people in the field make progress. So I think that question about the use of the indicators and the framing and the philosophy and the way in which it's implemented are all important and something also worth exploring. With that, I think we've identified a number of very meaty topics. This is a long-term process. I really appreciated all the work that Cindy Kazanis has done over the years to help us construct the system, and her reminder of the processes that have gone on. So we're beginning the conversation now, and we will resume it in the months to come. And with that, I think we have earned a break, It's 11:20. Why don't we come back at 11:35? And you may turn off your video and your mic, but I encourage you not to leave the meeting. All right, welcome back. Board members, we need to reestablish the quorum, so Brooks will call the roll.
Member Bonanca.
Here.
President Darlene Hammond.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Vice President Glover Woods.
I see Vice President Glover Woods. I see her trying to say
I
something.
see her saying, yeah. Wait, are we hearing her now?
No.
No.
Okay, Vice President Glover Woods, I will come back to you. Member Lewis.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Olkin.
Here.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Here.
Member Patillo Bronson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Victory. We have a full quorum. Everyone's in attendance. Thank you.
Very good. Item 3 is the School Accountability Report Card, approval of the template for the 2021-22 School Accountability Report Card. The CDE recommends that the State Board approve the SARC template for the 2021-22 school year, and the item will be presented by Cindy Kazanis of the CDE. Cindy, please begin.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond. I am back for item 3, and again, Cindy Kazanis with the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. You've already mentioned the recommendation. The board is being asked to approve the annual template for the School Accountability Report Card, also known as the SARC, for the school year that just ended. Just a brief background. I will provide a brief background rather on the SARC, why we do it, why you have the role of approving a template, and then I will briefly go into the updates to the tables. And this is a much shorter presentation than what we just finished, so we should get through this very quickly. All right, so this is actually one of the tenets of accountability when we think about accountability in the state of California. This is over 30 years old, passed in 1988 under Proposition 98. And so the SARC has been around for a long time, and there are various requirements. In fact, I have my staff maintain an entire webpage around the legislation that impacts SARC, but the one that we most often mention is the sections that are noted here under background. The SARC is also considered the accountability report card under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So I know we've talked a lot about federal legislation and accountability, but the accountability system in the U.S. Department of Education's eyes is not the dashboard. The dashboard data is used on the SARC, but the dashboard itself is not considered our accountability report card. Just also a quick reference, the department also produces a comparable requirement for LEAs. We call that the LARC. And for the state, which is called the STARC, those templates do not require State Board of Education approval, but they do reside on the same pages that you would find the SARC template. So just a brief piece, because we've talked about LCFF a lot today. We thought it was important to say that there were efforts following, almost 10 years ago, the passage of LCFF to align the metrics of the SARC and the LCFF. So we have, over the past several years, tried to align templates and organize sections. You'll also see the student group information has become more robust to do this. I also note that this is important because when we see reports from other states, there's in fact a data quality campaign does a show me the data, or I can't remember the exact title, but they have an annual report where they look at state report cards. We get credit for being so thorough in the data that we're reporting on the SARC. And so the reorganizations that we've done have tried to make the template as user-friendly as possible. Keep in mind, it is not the dashboard. It does not have the premise of trying to be very user-friendly. And so the investment that the state has made on getting data out in an easy-to-read format has been on the dashboard. But the SARC template has gotten better, and we have invested money in it, and I'm going to talk about that in another slide or two. I would also just mention, and I really appreciated that the California PTA called this out, that there is still interest, it seems like, to align the SARC with the LCAP, and that has been done in previous legislative sessions and has not been that successful. There is a higher vote threshold to get this approved because it's under Prop 98. So as far as the technical redesign, this last year, we did implement the full pieces of what was actually put forward by the legislature and funded by the legislature to put together a web application and to find a SARC web design. So I think we really wanted to point out that you can find the SARC now translated into multiple languages, including, of course, our most frequently spoken languages, but it is available now in multiple languages. And the SARC web application is available to all schools, although we still see a very low use of it by schools. It's less than 20% of schools are using that application. Instead, they're continuing their prior practice of contracting with vendors or doing that functionality themselves, and then just sending us a link to their SARC, which of course is required under state law, that they provide the department a link to their completed SARCs. So what's new? Well, specifically, we now are going to have 2 years of teacher preparation data, which is very exciting. But in order to create room, we had to give another table for that second year of data. So you'll see table 6 in the prior year was just the 1 year of data for teacher preparation and placement. We've now duplicated that table to add a second year of data. You will see side-by-side years for tables 7, 8, and 9. And this information, just to point out if folks are looking for where to find the teacher preparation table data that was just released 2 weeks ago, for the SARC, we do have downloadable files for every single component the state provides, which is over 80% of the SARC data. And that is, again, available on our SARC webpage. We also, of course, last year we had a long conversation, and you spent a lot of time because of COVID and the allowance to districts when they weren't able to test with the state assessments. There was an option to do the local assessments. Those tables are no longer needed since that was a 1 year reporting out of that data. And so those tables have been removed from this year's template. And then finally, around the physical fitness test, there has been some changes in results of the administration has changed. And so you will see those results no longer as the percentage of students meeting the fitness standards, but rather the percentage of students participating in each of the fitness gram components, the 5 components. And so, again, going back to the item recommendation, we recommend the State Board of Education approve the SARC template for the 2021-2022 school year.
President Darlene Hammond, I think we're ready for the next step.
Thank you so much. I thought there was another little piece coming. So at this point, the public comment slide is up, and we are going to queue up for public comment. Those who are wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting, I'll ask our liaison Vice President Glover Woods if she has any initial comments before me, and then I'll see if any board members have clarifying questions.
The only thing I'd like to say is just an acknowledgement of how responsive the CDE has been in adjusting the SARC template to be representative of what where we currently are. As was shared, there was a table that needed to be added. last year or the year before, and now it's being removed, and then also having that space for the teacher assignment data. So just an appreciation of the responsiveness to be sure that the template is reflective of the data that is pertinent at the time.
Terrific. And, you know, I will just add that I use the SARC a lot in my research work. It is, you know, sort of tucked in there in all the data elements, but that we have access to. But the evolution of this document over time to be more and more informative, which takes a lot of investment and work, has been really helpful to those who are trying to understand what's going on in schools and districts in relation to each other and the state. Are there any clarifying comments from members or questions from members of the board before we go to public comment? Yes, Member Olken.
Thank you. And this may not be as simple as I think, and so we can skip it. But I'm curious. So it was helpful to see that the SARC was required as part of Proposition 98. That makes sense. And that it also meets the federal requirement. That also is helpful. I'm wondering your comment just a second ago, President Darling Hammond, that you find the SARC useful for research purposes, made me wonder how, like, other than for the legislative purposes or the accountability purposes, why it's useful. Because from a school perspective, we're still sorting out how to use the various tools that we have to be useful to us, if that makes sense. And so I was already talking about the dashboard, how we could continue to think that through. I don't know. Does that make sense as a question?
Sure. And I'm not sure if it's just a clarifying question or whether it's a more philosophical, deeper question. But
I guess, that's why I wasn't sure if it was appropriate now. So
we can come back to that one. Okay. I'm not sure if you were asking me why I find it useful or whether you were asking Cindy how it's intended to be useful.
Whichever one is the clarifying question is what I was asking.
Okay. I'll just say in a nutshell, I find it useful because there's a lot of data in one place that allows me to see, you know, a lot of elements of a school or district's performance. And in the dashboard, there's a lot of data, but it is summarized in a different way. And when the growth and status are added together, you get a color. If you want to know what's behind that, you go to the SARC.
That makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? All right, we'll go to public comment if there is any.
Sorry, Linda.
Oh, did you raise your hand?
Yes, sorry.
Yes, Member Katia Bronson, sorry.
So this is a small record keeping and maybe more forward-looking item, but on the attachment in Table 4, where we have the student enrollment by grade level, it's currently listed as K to 12. And I know with the recent budget, there's more granularity that will be being built into the system through CalPads for TK in the future. I wanted to know, and this is, I guess, the clarifying question, is that something that now that CalPads will start to collect TK data, that information will in future years automatically flow through to this in a disaggregated fashion between TK and K, or whether that's something that requires action in order to have that split out?
I'm going to let Cindy see if she can answer that.
Absolutely. Happy to answer the question. So any changes to this template absolutely requires an action of the State Board of Education. We are monitoring very actively an additional bill that would impact this collection, which is AB 22. So between the combination of that and the budget action around this, we are probably at least another cycle away from collecting data in the system, which means you'd be potentially two approvals away from seeing it in a template. But currently we do collect transitional kindergarten data, just not as a grade. And so that is reported out through DataQuest. and information around that program participation is made public on an annual basis. But yes, it will come to you eventually, absolutely, for approval in the template in future years.
Thank you so much. And I knew you would have an answer. Appreciate it.
There'll be a lot of questions about TK coming onto the radar scope. For some reason, your hand didn't pop up in your box, so I'm trying to toggle back and forth between the participant list and seeing people. Is there any other clarifying question? And feel free to raise your physical hand if I'm not seeing the participant flag. All right, seeing none, we're going to go to public comment.
There are currently 3 callers in the queue for item number 3. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
If I get Grubhub for free, I don't see the point.
Caller, you are live.
Part of my Prime membership.
Oh, talking to Grubhub.
Caller, you are live. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Okay, moving on.
Hi.
Caller, you are live. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hello again. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates to reinforce the comments that the LCFF Equity Coalition submitted. We believe tables 6 and 7, which were revised in last year's SARC template, are much clearer this year, and we'd like to thank the board and department for their attention to our recommendations. We encourage the board to continue to provide guidance to the public to help them understand terms used throughout, such as ineffective, out of field, and misassignments, so they can successfully navigate this data and better understand when and where teachers are fully prepared and appropriately assigned. We suggest that Table 10 would be more meaningful and user-friendly if it clarified when teachers in bilingual settings, particularly in elementary school settings, lack the authorization to teach English learners, when they have waivers or other short-term permits and are out of field according to the federal definition, and when they are properly assigned but still ineffective according to the federal definition and require additional support.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Manuel Buenrostro with Californians Together. And I also want to echo the comments from the letter submitted by the LCFF Equity Coalition, and also say that we do appreciate the release of this data. We hope that it will allow education leaders to start important conversations about disparities in access to qualified and experienced teachers. One area of interest to Californians Together in particular is the lack of access to properly credentialed and prepared bilingual teachers and teachers of English learners. So more data to understand this better would be helpful. In particular, we want to call your attention again to the comments about Table 10, as we would appreciate more clarity in this table about where different types of teachers of English learners might be classified. In particular, like the caller before mentioned, looking at teachers in bilingual settings in elementary schools, looking at teachers with a waiver or other short-term permits that are out of field, and also where teachers that are properly assigned but still ineffective and require additional support.
Thank you, caller.
English learners would fall. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
Okay, we are now able to engage in any board discussion. Is there any other comment or question from the board? Vice President Glover Woods?
I just had a question in regards to many of the LEAs utilizing outside vendor or whatnot to do their SARC, when it seems, Cindy, if I understood you correctly, there is a way within what is already available for the SARC to be developed. Have you received any feedback from the LEAs on why they are choosing to utilize outside vendors or other tools to develop their SARC as opposed to what's available through CDE? And if you have gotten any feedback, what might some of those reasons be?
Very great, good question, Member Glover Woods. We have informally received feedback, anecdotally received feedback, and there's a trusted relationship with the vendor that is probably multi-year contract that's in place. We have not. I would say, something that we could potentially do is do a campaign around it and advertise the fact that it is, again, a free product, that we are grateful that we have a partnership with San Joaquin County Office of Education, who has built the product for us and hosts it, as well as they do all the back-end work for hosting the website for the dashboard. So it wouldn't hurt to send out a letter as we get ready for another round of SARCs this fall to say exactly that. So we can definitely follow up on that. But anecdotally, it's sort of all over the place.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
I
move that. Oh, go right ahead. Go ahead, Francisco.
It's okay. I'll second it. Go ahead.
I move that we accept the CDE recommendation for the update to the SARC template.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Brooks will call the roll.
Member Bonanca.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Aye.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a lunch break. And as you take a break, please turn off your microphones and your cameras and then turn them back on when you come back from break. It's almost 12 o'clock. We'll come back at 12:30. See you then. All right. Welcome back. Board members, we need to establish a quorum. So Brooks is going to call the roll.
Member Bonanca.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Lewis.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Olkin.
Here.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
All members are present. We have a quorum.
All right. We're going to move to item 4. Item 4 is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, an update on program activities. This information, this is an information-only item, and no specific action is recommended at this time. And the item will be presented by Mal Vang of the CDE. Mal.
Actually, it's Cheryl first.
Okay.
Superintendent Thurman, President Darling.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Sorry.
Superintendent Thurman, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction, Measurement, and Administration Branch. To assist with this item, I have Dr. Mal Vang, Director of Assessment Development and Administration Division, to co-present. Also, Marianne Arcila, Executive Director from the Educational Testing System, or ETS, is available to assist us with questions. Again, the item today is an information item only. Today's presentation will cover the following: an overview of the California Assessment System and updates on the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC, focusing on the initial LPAC and the initial alternative LPAC, the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or the CASP, the California Alternative Assessment, or CAA, for science, Smarter Balance interim assessments for English language arts and literacy, ELA, and mathematics. So now I will hand the presentation over to Dr. Mal Vang, Director of our Assessment Development and Administration Division. Mal.
Thank you, Cheryl. Superintendent Thurman, Chief Deputy Nicely, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and board members. As Deputy Superintendent Cotton mentioned, I'm Mal Vang, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division of the California Department of Education. In this section, I will provide a quick overview of our California assessment system, which consists of both the CASP and the LPAC. Under the CASP are the Smarter Balanced assessments for English language arts and mathematics. And under that, we have the summative assessments, the interim assessments, and formative assessment tools in the tools for teachers. We also have the California Science Test, or CAST, and the California Alternate Assessments, or CAAs, for English language arts, mathematics, and science, the California Spanish Assessment, or CSA, and the Grade 2 diagnostic assessments that are also part of CASP. And then under LPAC, we have our initial LPAC, summative LPAC, and the initial and summative alternate LPAC. Okay. Today's informational item is focused on, the initial LPAC, and then alternate initial LPAC, and the California Alternate Assessment for Science, and the Smarter Balance interim assessments for English language arts and mathematics, the things that are happening at this time in the year. First off, want to share the LPAC statewide testing windows with you. The initial LPAC and the initial alternate LPAC has already begun. The testing window is July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. For the summative LPAC and summative alternate LPAC, the testing windows will be from February 1st through May 31st of 2023 in our upcoming school year. So some background on the initial LPAC, the 2022-23 initial LPAC and initial alternate LPAC. The purpose of these assessments is to determine the English proficiency of new students as either an English learner, student who would need additional program services to support their English language development, or that they are an initial fluent English proficient student. So the requirement is that within 30 calendar days of enrollment, new students whose home language survey indicates a primary language other than English must be administered the initial LPAC or the initial alternate LPAC. The initial alternate LPAC is administered to eligible students who have the most significant cognitive disabilities, and they're eligible for an alternate assessment as determined by their individualized education program team. So this assessment is designed to be administered one-on-one by a test examiner who is most familiar with the student and the student's preferred mode of communication. So in preparation for the start of the testing window, the virtual training materials and certification courses have become available for test examiners in what we call the Moodle training site. And the initial LPAC was available since April 25th. And and then for the initial alternate LPAC, the materials have been available since June 1st. So moving on to the CASP statewide testing window. As someone mentioned earlier in a previous presentation, we're still in the testing window for the 21-22 school year. CASP will end for 21-22 on July 15th. That's this Friday. So we're still in the testing window. For the upcoming year, these are the windows for the upcoming year. The California Alternate Assessment for Science, or CA for Science, will begin on September 6th, and it will be available through the whole statewide testing window through July 17, 2023. For the other summative assessments under CASP, it will be available. They will be available from January 10th through July 17, 2023. And that includes the Smarter Balance summative assessments for English Language Arts Mathematics, the science or our California science test, CAST, the CAAs for English Language Arts and Math, and then the CSA or the Spanish assessment. Okay. So highlighting the 2022-23 California Alternate Assessment for Science. In preparation for the administration, that's going to start soon. We have the 2022-23 CAA for Science Administration Planning Guides, and these are used to plan early on of the embedded performance tasks that, as well as scheduling the administration within this instructional year. And local educational agencies could find those guides in our CASP.org website. They are very familiar with that site. The CAA for Science test examiners also are available in that Moodle website for test examiners. And they, the training materials I take that back. They are also available for test examiners to begin training on August 9th. So they're not quite ready yet, but they will be ready shortly. And again, as a reminder, this particular assessment will become available on September 6th, 2022. To give you some information about the standard setting timeline for this particular assessment, the California Alternate Assessment for Science. Here is the standard setting timeline. Last summer, August 3rd through 5th, the CDE and the testing contractor ETS, we did conduct a virtual California Alternate Assessment for Science standard setting meeting with California special education and science educators. And during that meeting, the educator participants made recommendations for the California Alternate Assessment for Science threshold scores, and that was last August. So this August, the CDE plans to provide the SBE with a summary of the standard setting plan, which will detail the process that CDE and ETS use to conduct the standard setting meeting. And then in August, or after this particular administration, like I mentioned, that will end on Friday, the 2021-22 administration. Once it closes, the CDE will review the impact data using the educator recommended threshold scores made in the standard setting, and provide the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's recommended threshold scores. And then in September of this year, the CDE will seek the SBE's approval of those threshold scores. Still some work to be done. Another set of program activities that are happening now as we prepare for the new year is that this is an update on the Smarter Balance interim assessments for English Language Arts and Mathematics. The interims are available year-round, and they provide local educational agencies with a great amount of flexibility in choosing how to use them. The two general manners of administration are the standardized and non-standardized process. So in a standardized administration, I'll just give a little background. Students take the administration independently, much in the same way as they would a summative assessment. And then in a non-standardized manner of administration, teachers use the interim assessments in a formative manner during instruction to make decisions on next steps for instruction. One example of a non-standardized manner of administration is when a teacher displays an item to the students for a group discussion. And this flexibility in the manner of administration allows teachers to use the interims as they work with students at any point in the curriculum. So there are 3 types of interim assessments that are available to support teaching and learning for English language arts and math throughout the year. We have the interim comprehensive assessments, or ICAs. And then there's the interim assessment blocks, or IABs, and the focused IABs. So the ICAs, they really cover the same range of claims and learning targets as the full form of the summative assessments and include the same item types and formats, including the performance tasks. So next, the IABs focus on assessing a smaller amount of content than the ICAs. As such, they provide results at a more granular level, which can be particularly helpful in planning instructional next steps as well. For the focus IABs, they assess no more than 3 learning targets, but have about or approximately the same number of items as the IABs. So when talking about smarter balanced assessments, it should be noted that claims, again, a little bit of background, claims are broad categories that summarize the knowledge and skills students are expected to demonstrate on the assessment. And then there are learning targets that further specify the knowledge and skills within a claim. So smarter balanced interims continue to be used widely in California this year. During the 2021-22 school year, more than 6 million interim assessments were completed across more than 1,600 local educational agencies. These numbers exceed those from the 2021 school year, during which there were only about 2.5 million interim assessments completed, and about 1,300 LEAs participated. So switching back to this year now, on August 2nd, 2022, the new or the next year's 2022-23 interim assessments will become available to LEAs to access, and there'll be about or more than 200 interim assessments available, including 7 new forms. So during the school year, we'll have instructional materials or resources, instructional resources, not material, will be developed for inclusion in their corresponding interim assessment connections playlist for these new forms. And then it will also support and provide teachers with grade level student performance progression descriptions, academic vocabulary lists, and teaching considerations for determining instructional next steps as applicable. And then all playlists are also housed or placed in the Smarter Balanced Tools for Teachers website. And this pretty much sums up our highlights of and updates on assessments that are happening at this particular time in the year. Just want to remind you to follow us on Twitter at CDE Assessments. And at this time, I could stop to see if there are any clarifying questions you may have.
Well, before we do that, thank you very much, Mao. And I'm going to go look at that Twitter account. I'm really interested to see what people have to say. I will first ask Member Orozco Gonzalez as our liaison if she has any initial comments, and then we'll see if there are clarifying questions. We should go ahead and put up the phone line information for public comment, just in case there are any, so people can start to queue up. I'll just note that members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Member Orozco Gonzalez, would you like to make any initial comments? We're waiting for that.
I just wanted to add that, effective feedback and assessment for learning is vital, and it plays an important role in the process of learning and motivation. As a practitioner in the classroom, supporting students in their ability to feel invested in learning, to feel reflected in their learning and assessment context, and to experience appropriate challenges each and every day is so important. I do follow the CDE on Twitter. I think it's a great tool to just kind of get a reminder of what's available. I think that the assessments that are provided in online for teachers are really good beginnings to kind of guide instruction. I also appreciate some of the studies that have been done where educators participate in collaborative scoring of the interim assessments, performance tasks, and use the resulting data to plan for instruction, consider adaptations to curriculum as appropriate. I know that I visited the website to see some of the performance tests that were provided and found them very useful to curate and design curriculum. So those are my insights to some of the presentation provided by Mel. So thank you, Mel. Really well done.
Terrific. And it's very heartening to hear about the use of the interim assessments from Smarter Balanced because they've done a lot in the last year or two to make them more specific and usable for particular context and concepts. So that is part of the progress in supporting students in the way you mentioned. Are there any clarifying questions at this point, or shall we go to public comment? I'm not seeing any hands up at the moment. So we will go to public comment. Do we have any commenters?
Yes, I believe we have 2 people in the queue for public comment. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, you are live. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller with the last 4 digits, 9138. You are live. Okay, moving on to the next caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Okay. I don't know if they're in the queue for the next item, but that seems to be the conclusion of public comment for item number 4.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions or discussion on this item? It is an information item only. I am seeing none. So with that, we want to thank you, Mal, very much for presenting the item and for all the work you do to keep our assessment system moving along. And we're going to move on to item number 5. Item 5 is a public hearing regarding the proposed formation of a new unified school district from the Northgate portion of the Mount Diablo Unified School District in Contra, Costa County. The California Department of Education recommends that the State Board disapprove the petition to form a new unified school district from the Northgate portion of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. And this item will be presented by Larry Sherry and Lindsay Val of the CDE.
Good afternoon.
Please begin.
Are we ready? Okay.
We're ready.
Oh, there's an echo. I see. I'm Larry Shirey, School Facilities Division. Before we get to the actual item, I'm going to provide a brief school district organization 101. We know there are a lot of board members, new board members, so this will be very brief and a very, very short overview. School district organization, what is it? Well, it primarily takes a number of forms. Boundary changes and changes in administration to a school district can range from a territory transfer from one school district to another. It can be a consolidation of a high school district and its elementary components into a unified school district, or it can be breaking off a piece of an existing larger school district, which is the item you have today. Since 1949, the State Board has had oversight of this process with some assistance from the county committees on school district organization. County committees were initially envisioned as an 11-member body elected by one representative from each of the school districts' governing boards in the county. But over time, the State Board has transferred district organization authority to the County Board of Education for the majority of counties in the state. Early on, the county committee had limited authority, approving only small territory transfers and then just making recommendations to the State Board for every other matter that the State Board then had to hear and decide. Over the past 40 years, legislation has shifted more responsibility for reorganizations to the county. Now the State Board primarily addresses appeals from county approvals of territory transfers, new school district formations when no local consensus exists. The CDE is required to prepare an analysis and recommendations regarding each of the proposals. I should note that reorganization proposals at the local level can be initiated in a variety of ways. Two most important ones are through governing board resolution of all affected school districts. When you have all districts in agreement, then typically there's going to be consensus at the local level, and the State Board will not hear many of those. Most everything you hear, whether it's a territory transfer appeal or a formation of a new school district, will be initiated by a voter petition. So in summary, you're going to hear things that cannot be resolved locally that have been initiated by a community petition and have some opposition by one or more school districts. The process itself is a pretty simple two-step process. The first is to look at the legal threshold conditions in statute. There are the 9 ones on the 9 conditions that are on the screen. I'm not going to go through those. You'll hear more about them as in the item that Lindsay will present. I'd just like to note that the courts have established these as minimum threshold criteria, which means that these are not the reasons, if they're substantially met, these are not the reasons to approve a proposal, that it just moves you on to the next step. County committees, if they find any one of these things not substantially met, cannot approve a proposal. However, the State Board has more discretion, which is the segue into the next slide. As I've stated, the State Board has oversight of the district reorganization process. Beyond considering issues that come before you, you have authority to establish establish regulations, to guide an examination of the minimum threshold conditions. You have authority to add new thresholds, and you can even direct a county committee to look at specific reorganization proposals. But I think the most important part of that discretion comes from the Education Code as well as the court's interpretation of that statute. County committee actions, what they do may be considered. However, the State Board does act on reorganization matters de novo. So you're not limited, you're not restricted to considering only those issues considered at the local level. You may approve a reorganization proposal even if all minimum threshold conditions are not substantially met. You do, the Education Code does require you to find an extenuating or exceptional circumstance to do that. And both the county committee and the State Board, neither one of you are required to approve a proposal that meets all conditions. The legislative intent is that reorganization should address local education needs and concerns. Again, those conditions are thresholds, minimum hurdles to overcome until you get to the actual process of making a decision about whether the reorganization is a good idea or not. Bottom line, that's what you're charged with, to determine whether there's a reason to approve the reorganization. Now, just one final point, the State Board does have authority to make some changes or additions to reorganization proposals. Those are listed in statute. I'm not going to go through any of those except for one where you're required to take some action. If you take an action to approve a reorganization, that approval is not final approval. It has to go back to the county, to the locals, for an election, and you have to determine who votes on it. It can be just the area proposed for reorganization, or it can be the area of all affected school districts. In all of these discretionary matters, we will, in our presentation, in our item, we'll make recommendations. And again, our intent is to adhere to the legislative intent, which is that district reorganizations need to address local educational needs or concerns. And finally, that's a brief overview. If you find this area fascinating, we have a handbook online that was sponsored by the County Superintendents Association, CSESA, and written by County Office of Education staff and CDE staff back in the early 90s, and subsequently approved by the state board. So you're considered a co-collaborator on the handbook. And any questions, specific questions you have, you can address to the school district organization staff at the email listed on this page. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll bring up Lindsay, and she can jump right into the item.
Seeing none, I think we can move ahead.
Lindsay Valley.
Thank you, Larry, and good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board of Education. Today, I will present the CDE analysis and recommendations regarding a proposal to create a new unified school district from a portion of the Mount Diablo Unified School District in Contra Costa County. I want to put our recommendation up front. The CDE recommends that the State Board of Education disapprove this proposal. The recommendation is based primarily on our determination that there is no compelling educational need or reason to create a new school district. As you know, as Larry just mentioned, it is the intent of the legislature that such reasons and concerns be the basis for a school district reorganization. Additionally, this proposal fails to substantially meet all of the minimum criteria established in statute, and we can find compelling reasons to disapprove. I will address the reasoning behind these matters in a few moments. The proposal was initiated by a petition signed by the voters in the territory of the proposed new district. The reorganization would carve out the Northgate portion of the Mount Diablo Unified School District to create a new unified school district. The petition identifies the territory as all of the territory within the MDUSD specified attendance boundaries as of April 24th, 2016, of the 5 MDUSD administered schools: Foothill Middle, Bancroft Elementary, Valley Verde Elementary, Walnut Acres, and Northgate High. The petition itself did not include any attachments such as maps or legal descriptions. The superintendent reviewed the specified MDUSD attendance area maps, which show that the territory includes the 5 schools named in the petition, as well as additional MDUSD-owned school sites. Those are Eagle Peak Montessori, Oak Grove Middle School, and Ignacio Valley High School. The 3 additional Mount Diablo Unified School sites are within the Bancroft attendance area, which is shown on the slide before you. The proponents have stated that the inclusion of Oak Grove Middle and Ignacio Valley High was inadvertent. They have expressed hope that the SBE can change the territory to exclude these 2 sites. However, it is the long-standing opinion of the CDE and the State Board of Education that the State Board does not have the authority to change the territory identified in a voter-signed petition. A little about the district. Mount Diablo Unified is a large school district. It currently operates 51 schools and serves over 28,000 students. The proposed new district would serve approximately 4,000 of those students. As of the 2021 school year, which is the school year that we were using at the time of the analysis of this item, the enrollment in the proposed Northgate School District was approximately 50% white and 50% minority. The enrollment of the remaining portion of Mount Diablo Unified was 25% white and 74% minority. More striking than the racial and ethnic composition of each area are the proportions of English language learners and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Only 9% of the students attending schools in the proposed Northgate district were English language learners versus 26.1% in the remaining portion of Mount Diablo Unified. Only 7.2% of the students in Northgate area schools were considered socioeconomically disadvantaged, as compared with 42.6% in the remaining portion of the district. The proponents believe that Mount Diablo Unified is too large to attend to their specific needs and desires. Petitioners have identified the following as the chief reasons for creating the new school district: enhanced accountability to families and voters in the Northgate area, improved responsiveness to the needs of Northgate students and educators, improved academic achievement, teacher satisfaction, and learning environments, and increased community support for public education. Mount Diablo Unified opposes the proposal for a variety of reasons, including it isolates less diverse, higher income population, results in inequitable division of school facilities, requiring Mount Diablo to incur substantial costs, displaces a significant number of students, and severely impacts special education programs and students. The Contra Costa County Committee reviewed the findings in the feasibility study, which was performed by School Services of California at the request of the county superintendent, as well as information provided by the proponents, Mount Diablo Unified, and local residents. Though the feasibility study concluded that the proposed reorganization failed to meet 2 of the 9 statutory criteria, and those are the criteria that were in Larry's slide earlier, the county committee determined that 5 of those 9 were not substantially met. Further, the county committee voted that the proposal would adversely affect school district organization of the county. The Contra Costa County Committee recommends the State Board of Education disapprove the proposal. The CDE findings are consistent with that of the school services feasibility report. We find that 2 of the 9 criteria are not substantially met because the proposal would result in inequitable division of facilities, and there would be an increase in school facilities costs that would not be insignificant or incidental to the reorganization. These 2 criteria failures are due to the inclusion of the Oak Grove Middle and the Ignacio Valley High School sites, which are not needed by the proposed district and are needed to house existing students within Mount Diablo Unified. As discussed on the previous slide, the CDE agrees with the county committee and the School Services of California on the failure of the proposal to substantially meet 2 conditions. The reorganization would result in inequitable division of property because the new school district would have significantly more capacity than its expected enrollment due to the inclusion of the 2 additional sites, while the remaining portion of Mount Diablo Unified would have insufficient capacity at the high school level. As a result of the inequitable division of property, Mount Diablo would incur additional costs to provide facilities for existing students. The costs incurred for these facilities would not be insignificant or incidental. The county committee found 3 additional conditions were not substantially met. However, CDE and school services had found them to be substantially met. This slide talks about the differences in what we found for those criteria. On the first one, integrated environment, racial or ethnic discrimination and segregation, that is covered in attachment 2 of the item, which provides a detailed look at the ethnic and racial makeup of the existing district and the resulting district schools. There is an obvious difference in the racial and ethnic makeup of the two areas. Approximately 50% of the students in the Northgate area identify as white, as compared with 25% in the remaining Mount Diablo Unified. Now, in the case of a large school district, school level changes are more relevant. Based on current and projected enrollment data, the racial and ethnic composition of the affected elementary, middle, and high schools would be substantially unchanged by the reorganization. It is CDE's view that at these levels, the reorganization would not affect the district's ability to educate students in a racially and ethnically integrated environment. That said, the CDE is concerned because the proposal would remove the newest and highest performing high school from the existing district to create a more affluent, less diverse school district. This issue will be addressed later in the presentation in the context of compelling reasons. CDE also examined the educational programs and academic performance of the affected schools in accordance with the regulatory criteria. Schools in both the proposed Northgate Unified and the remaining portion of Mount Diablo Unified offer a robust variety of programs. Most schools will continue to serve the same student population. Logistical challenges arise most notably from the need for Mount Diablo to accommodate enrollment from the Oak Grove and Ignacio Valley High Schools at other campuses, because those schools are included in the territory, but their attendance areas are not. Additionally, special programs currently offered by MDUSD at Northgate area school sites would need to be relocated. And those are special education programs and some other magnet programs. The loss of the Northgate area schools may impact the district level rating for some performance indicators, but it would not be expected to significantly affect the programs or performance at the school level. Therefore, the CDE finds that the proposal substantially meets this condition. Lastly, CDE reviewed the fiscal data for the existing district and estimated the share of revenues and expenses for each of the resulting districts. CDE concludes that the proposal would not endanger sound fiscal management nor cause a substantial negative effect on the fiscal status of the proposed district or the existing district, provided good stewardship. For this final criterion, it's important to note that CDE assumes it was not the legislature's intent to prohibit all reorganizations that would divide a district. Thus, additional administrative costs due to the reorganization are not considered a sole reason for determining if this condition is met. The CDE, it is the intent of the legislature that the local educational needs and concerns serve as the basis for future reorganization of districts in the county. As noted previously, the proponents have articulated several reasons for establishing a new school district. It is the opinion of staff, CDE staff, that the reasons provided by the proponents do not constitute sufficient educational needs or concerns to justify the creation of a new school district. Additionally, CDE finds that there are compelling reasons to disapprove. This proposal would remove Mount Diablo's newest, highest achieving high school, which is Northgate High, and it would isolate the most affluent, least diverse schools in Mount Diablo Unified. Proposals like this one have been the subject of academic research. This proposal in particular has received national news media coverage for its undertone of racial and socioeconomic segregation. We are returning to the slide with some of the demographic and socioeconomic data. This table was previously shown on slide 12. It provides a side-by-side comparison of the racial, ethnic, and demographic diversity of the two districts. This data illustrates CDE's concerns with the proposal. Based on our findings, The CDE recommends that the State Board of Education disapprove the proposal because the proposal does not substantially meet 2 of the 9 minimum threshold conditions. The petitioner's reasons for creating a new school district are not compelling local educational needs or concerns. And the CDE finds there are compelling reasons to disapprove. In closing, I would like to reiterate a few important points. The State Board of Education action is discretionary. The statutory conditions represent minimum standards for approving a proposal, and meeting these conditions does not compel the board to approve. The legislative intent is that reorganization is based on local educational needs and concerns. We do not believe that the State Board of Education has the authority to change the territory, and CDE is in agreement with the county recommendation to disapprove the proposal. That concludes my presentation. I don't know if at this point there are questions or comments for me, or if we move on.
President Darling-Hammond, I apologize. I think you're on mute.
Yes, I think I am. I said we'll go on into the public hearing at this point, and we'll come back around when we have board discussion if we have any questions for you. So at this point, we'll begin open the public hearing at 1:20 p.m. We will hear first from the petitioners who are in favor of forming the Northgate School District. They will have 12 minutes to make their presentation. We'll then hear from the Mount Diablo Unified School District who are opposed to the new school district. They will have 12 minutes to make their presentation. After the presentations, we will open up the phone line for public comment from individuals who are not part of either presentation. So we can take the public comment slide down probably now because there may be other presentation slides that we need to see. And so I'm going to turn it over to the petitioners. I would like to hear first from those in favor of forming the Northgate School District.
President Hammond, board members, and staff, my name is Linda Loza. I'm the chief petitioner for the proposal to create a new Northgate Unified School District. My husband and I moved to Walnut Creek in 1989 and have 2 children who attended our neighborhood schools and graduated from Northgate High. I've been a longtime volunteer and advocate in this district. 8 years ago, I, along with an amazing group of community members, embarked on this quest to address community-based education and local control over our children's education by creating a new public school district. Each one of these community members have an impressive background of service to education and our school community. It isn't feasible for me to adequately address the very complex 9 criteria in a short 12-minute presentation. Instead, we have provided to you, the county committee, and the community at large, a 159-page report outlining our proposal for a new Northgate School District and our findings as they relate to the 9 criteria outlined on the state's handbook on district organization. Our report represents almost 2 years of research and community outreach and decades of involvement in the Mount Diablo School District as parents, community members, and volunteers. I hope that each of you reviewed its content and conclusions as part of your due diligence in this process. Over the years, I have read every 9 criteria proposal I could find, and hands down, none can match the proposal we have put before this governing body and the county committee. Initially, we tried to hire a consultant to help write this report, but were turned down by every education consultant, each stating that they had a relationship with Mount Diablo. It was just one of the many roadblocks thrown our way in this process. Our mission is, and always has been, to create a smaller, community-based public school district that will be more responsive to the needs of our students and educators and more accountable to the community at large. At 3 different times over the past 40 years, our community has pursued district reorganization of our schools. The most recent petition campaign, the one that got us here, clearly demonstrates that our community retains a strong and widespread desire to have a community-based public school district. Over 700 community members, business owners, and elected officials logged onto our website and endorsed our movement. Our grassroots efforts included almost 100 volunteers who walked door to door, stood in front of Safeway, the farmers market, and other locations, rain or shine, to collect more than 6,700 signatures from our community. They all want one thing, the chance to vote on creating a new local school district. Throughout this process, we have addressed district size. We addressed the fact that our boundaries follow Mount Diablo School District attendance boundaries to avoid disruption. We clearly defined the new district as including 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 1 high school, and 1 MDUSD approved charter school. We addressed equity and diversity. We addressed special ed. We addressed MDUSD's legacy split attendance boundaries, declining student achievement, teacher concerns over tenure pay and union representation. We addressed the financial irresponsibility that has plagued MDUSD for decades. And we held community meetings, met with parents, teachers, MDUSD, and union members. Our quest has been about the children. Regardless of what the opposition says, it has never been about exclusivity, race, real estate values, etc. We wish that every child would reap the benefits that come with a focused education, local control, and a smaller school system that represents the needs of the children within the community. We never imagined that we would find this to be an insurmountable feat plagued with nasty tactics, defaming lies, outright coercion, and power brokering. Parents and communities will never have the resources and the power to battle, and I mean battle, a district like Mount Diablo and the power they wield in the education circles at the County Board of Education and with the County CELTA, etc. I am proud of the work we did. I am proud that we have continued to believe that it is possible to have a strong public school system, and I am proud that we did not retaliate against their bad behavior. Mount Diablo stalled on every request under the Freedom of Information Act. They also initially refused to provide attendance boundary maps and instead told us we had to look up online, one at a time, every house along the boundary to determine its attendance area. The clerk at the County Board of Education, who was assigned to help us with the process, told us that our original petition language did not have to include the exclusion of the Ignatia Valley High School or Oak Grove Middle School, and that they would not be counted as part since they were on the border and no one lived there. We made that change, and as soon as the petition signatures were verified, Mount Diablo claimed we were including 2 additional schools as part of our proposal. Clearly, it was known well in advance. Both the findings by the consultants for the county and the staff at the state find the inclusion of these 2 school facilities as the main basis for not meeting the 9 criteria. These 2 facilities are not mentioned as part of our proposal anywhere in the 159-page report we provided. The school years go by quickly. Students deserve better leadership and accountability than our district has shown. Whether it is with student achievement, finances, or community engagement, accountability is severely lacking in the Mount Diablo School District. The most telling example of a lack of accountability is that not once in the 8 years has Mount Diablo self-reflected and asked why 6,700 people would sign this petition to leave the district. In all of the community meetings we had, only one group sat stone-faced without a single question and no follow-up. Those were the meetings with the Mount Diablo leadership. Our entire effort has faced an extraordinary imbalance of power. Mount Diablo has engaged a law firm, hired consultants. They use district employees, parent mailing lists, and union organizers to gather support. They instill fear by telling parents that students with IEPs, that special education would suffer if services are delivered in conjunction with the County Office of Education instead of Mount Diablo. Parents with pending transfers were afraid to speak at the county hearing. Teachers and administrators who supported our efforts were afraid to speak. The California Department of Education recognizes the need for school district reorganization and provides this process. District reorganization is rare, but not because it isn't needed. It's rare because the politics of power and money put the grassroots efforts of parents and community members like us at a significant disadvantage. 5 years ago, our opponents tried to dismiss our input, claiming that those of us leading this effort no longer had children in school. But I ask you today, at what point Should we, as concerned community members, stop caring about the education of future generations? When should we give up and just say this is as good as it gets? Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we'll move to the presentation from Mount Diablo Unified School District. You have 12 minutes, and please begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board, staff, and public. My name is David Saldani, legal counsel for the district in this matter. We first wish to thank the board and their staff for their hard work and their thoughtful consideration of this very important issue. Turning now to the petition, it is important to note, it appears we do not have control of the slides. Can we get control so we can show our slides? Okay.
There we go.
Is the board able to see this?
We are seeing some slides, yes.
Okay, wonderful. That's okay. Turning now to the petition, it is important to note that no independent decision-making body has ever thought this petition should be approved. The district can demonstrate that 7 of the 9 required criteria cannot be met. The Contra Costa County Committee on School District Organization, after a lengthy process of public hearings and careful deliberations, concluded that 5 of the 9 criteria were not met. Your own very capable staff here at CDE concluded that at least 2 of the 9 criteria are not met and recommend this petition be denied. We concur with staff's conclusion and recommendation for denial. We also firmly believe that the petition fails 7 of the 9 criteria. However, with the limited time we have today, we will focus our comments on just 3 additional criteria that both the county committee and the district concur are lacking. Namely, that the petition fails criterion 4, which is that the petition will preserve each district's ability to educate its pupils in an integrated environment and will not result in promoting segregation. Criterion 6, which is that the petition will continue to promote sound education performance and will not significantly disrupt the educational programs in the affected districts. And finally, criterion 9, which is that the petition will continue to promote sound fiscal management and will not cause a substantial negative effect on the fiscal status of the affected districts. Just about everyone in this community is against this petition. Parents, teachers, employees, and charter schools. You can see this in the resolutions and the letters sent to you from the board, the teachers union, the Teamsters, Eagle Peak Charter School, and from many parents and community members, including parents of students with special needs. Sharice Cound, district board member and parent, whose trustee area includes the Northgate territory, will now give us some background on the district and why this petition fails criterion 6.
Mount Diablo is a thriving school district with a strong focus on equity, student voice, and community engagement. Our Northgate High School principal just reported that AP scores are well above state and global averages in the many offerings there, including Calculus BC and Computer Science. Our board and Superintendent Clark have taken action for equity by creating new anti-bias, anti-racism, and Black and African American parent committees, by ensuring the district provide one-to-one Chromebooks for all students, and by partnering with a new community-led nonprofit district-wide education foundation to support STEAM enrichment for all. Community engagement is stronger than ever now, with a new Parent Square communications in all languages, text, and email. A new student school board member now leads a district student advisory committee. Outreach is both district-wide and area-specific. And partnerships with business and community organizations have brought internships and innovation to our district. Students district-wide benefit from a wide variety of central programs that Northgate area students would lose access to if you approve this petition. In the last 5 years, magnet schools and unique programs have begun to attract students to mix in thriving environments where they gain important perspective from the opportunity to integrate with students from all corners of the district. The Ignacio Valley International Baccalaureate High School, unique in this area, is where students earn college credits and the prestigious IB diploma that are recognized worldwide. College Now is an excellent partnership with our local Diablo Valley Community College that allows students to earn college credit while still in high school. Students from every school, including Northgate, have been drawn to this program. The creation of 3 new elementary magnet schools in Concord focus on dual language, STEM, and the arts. Families of students with special needs would be severely impacted due to specialized special education programs relocating to other Mount Diablo schools. Mount Diablo is a destination district for families with children with disabilities. Students aged 3 to 22 benefit from being part of an experienced and established school district that provides targeted intervention for students with similar needs and abilities. These are highly specialized programs, such as the 4 separate ability levels of autism magnet programs and a school for deaf and hard of hearing. This petition disrupts the education of several hundred current special education students and provides no plan of how future special education students in the new district or those ousted from it will be served. This is a frightening prospect and a complete failure of Criterion 6. A new Northgate Unified School District would need increased revenue to provide anywhere near the level of services our district currently provides. The beloved Montessori Eagle Peak School could also lose its long-standing charter under Mount Diablo because it sits within territory that this petition seeks to include. When factoring in the adverse financial impacts, you'll see fewer resources available across the board for our schools. This will also negatively impact the ability of the district to maintain current levels of service, let alone be able to continue to innovate and provide the most cutting-edge programs to all of its students. As such, we implore you to concur with the county committee in finding that Criterion 6 fails. Now, you will hear from Meg Honey, a Northgate resident and parent, district alumna, Northgate High School history teacher, former teacher of the year, and community activist.
As an educator and parent in the Northgate area of the Mount Diablo Unified School District, I am proud of our diversity. The many perspectives, experiences, and identities that are present on our school campuses help foster rich learning experiences, create deeper levels of empathy and understanding, as well as ensure that our students are ready to thrive in a global society. It is no surprise to me that there is a specific criterion dedicated solely to this issue that must be met in order to form a new school district. From the moment our community became aware of the secession petition and outright exclusion of the diverse Ignacio Valley High School and Oak Grove Middle School from the proposed new district, despite existing within the proposed district boundaries, it became painfully obvious that a core element of this new district would be exclusion. We absolutely agree with the CDE staff finding that, quote, the proposal may not be perceived by the proponents as racially motivated, but the outcome is the same. The removal of affluent territory from a large, diverse school district to create a smaller, whiter, more affluent school district, unquote. In our view, this finding alone is reason enough for the SBE to deny this petition. In fact, our community has already received national press coverage connecting this secession petition to a larger and sinister trend happening nationwide, where parents in affluent and whiter portions of the larger and more diverse districts attempt to create their own smaller districts under the guise of local control. The drastic shift in demographics proposed by this petition tells the real story, regardless of petitioners' motivations. The demographic impact of creating a new Northgate Unified School District, as proposed, would result in a drop of more than 27% in Hispanic Latino enrollment and a 25% increase in white enrollment in the new district. No longer would the students in the Northgate area participate in educational and extracurricular activities with the larger and more diverse district they are currently in. A much less diverse district would be created, cementing in segregation of those schools for years to come. This does not preserve the ability of its students to be educated in a diverse environment. What a shameful result it would be for our region and state. Clearly, in good conscience, you should find that this petition fails criterion 4. Now you will hear from Shin Green, who assisted the district with reviewing the financial impacts of this petition.
Criterion 9 is important as it impacts several other criteria. Added costs required to provide facilities and transportation negatively impact each district's ability to hire and retain the best employees. The petition results in an adverse impact to the finances of the affected districts, impeding their ability to provide important educational and extracurricular programs. For Mount Diablo USD, the substantial facilities costs and student and program relocation costs place pressure on future budgets. The space for over 2,400 additional students in the proposed Northgate USD is largely utilized to balance out enrollment growth occurring in other parts of MDUSD. Costs associated with relocating students and programs while preparing for additional growth and eventual development place tremendous burden on the district resources and taxpayers. Operationally, the CDE staff identified surplus in Mount Diablo USD as based on an abnormal pandemic year, and 21-22 better reflects the reality of normal operations, but discounts the extra costs for both affected districts. And even with that optimistic projection, the proposed Northgate USD would require cuts of 8.8% to achieve balance before added administrative costs. Examining more recent data for the general fund from the 21-22 second interim paints an even more stark picture, even when adjusted to remove impacts of one-time stimulus funding and the added compensation increases provided to employees in March of 22, it makes for a very stark picture. In Northgate, when accounting for and calculating the LCF entitlement based upon resident population, it provides $2.6 million less in 21-22 revenue. The combined general fund deficit exceeds $4.6 million annually and requires 10% cuts to achieve balance through the next 3 years.
Thank you, sir. That concludes public comment, or the public hearing period. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
So, and we need the public comment slide up?
Yes. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item should do so by calling the telephone number on the slide that will soon be up. I don't see it yet.
President Darling Hammond, as we wait for that slide, I believe we have callers in queue that we could start with.
Okay, go ahead with, somebody's managing that. Go ahead with the callers who are available.
Okay, it looks like we have, currently we have 16 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, ending with the last 4 digits, 0649. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I run a board meeting. I should know how to do this. Hello. My name is Karen Mitchoff. I am Contra Costa County Supervisor for District 4. The majority of the Mount Diablo School District is in District 4, and I'm actually a product of the Mount Diablo Unified School District, having gone to grade school, middle school, and high school there. I just want to state that while the proponents state that the effort was not discriminatory in intent, and I take them at their word, as you can see by the presentation made, it would be a consequence of this action should you approve their appeal. And they also address the issue of power, and I want to address that because this is not about power. This is about student outcomes and success. The reason Mount Diablo has such broad community support, and I would say from the majority, if not
Thank you,
all,
caller. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Hello. Please start your public comment now. You have 1 minute.
My name is Vanessa Miranda, and I work for Mount Diablo Unified School District as a food service 3, which is a baker and a cook. And I've been for 21 years. I've gone to all the schools. It's sad that we're going to be here at this point. We're having to worry about diversity. We do not need to start segregating our schools again. That was back in the 60s. We don't need to do that now. We need to stand together as one people. It does not matter what color we are. And separating our children is showing them a bad way of being. And that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education members. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teacher Association. CTA supports the CDE's recommendation that the State Board of Education deny the petition to form a new unified school district from the Northgate portion of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. As laid out in the item, both the county committee and the CDE found that the petition did not meet the required threshold conditions. The CDE also stated that in addition to failing to meet all of the minimum conditions for approval, they did not find any compelling local educational needs or concerns that would be addressed by the unification proposal, and that this proposed unification would remove the most affluent area of the Mount Diablo Unified School District in order to create a smaller, less diverse, more affluent school district. CTA supports denying this petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Oh, gosh. Hello, I'm Linda Mayo, Mount Diablo School Board member. Voters created the Mount Diablo School District in 1949. Then most of the area was unincorporated. Students' growth in the proposed district was slower than in Concord's or Pleasant Hills areas. Since unification, voters have supported school construction and program funding regardless of location. Schools were built to serve district students. One community doesn't have exclusive ownership over an area. The proposed district's financial share exceeds its enrollment of 11%. This division would require that Mount Diablo build more classrooms. This is unfair to Mount Diablo taxpayers. Mount Diablo's demographics mirror those of the state. Just as California cannot be divided into multiple states by wealth or race or academic achievement, neither should Mount Diablo. I ask you to deny the petition. Thank you for reading and hearing my comments.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello. Greetings, State Board members. My name is Janine Payne. I am a district parent, secretary of our SELPA's Community Advisory Committee, and a homeowner of the Northgate feeder pattern. I strongly oppose the creation of a new district. I've previously submitted a letter to the board outlining my main concerns regarding the disruption of programming and the displacement of interdistrict transfers and students receiving special education services. The district representatives and demographers have clearly illustrated these concerns, so I won't belabor the point. I would, however, like to discuss the negative impact this proposed split has had on our community. One of the biggest concerns I have is the amount of misinformation being circulated as a result, which continues to foment unrest. People complain that our district is too big without being cognizant of the unintended negative consequences that would arise as a result. Please follow county recommendations and reject this gerrymandered petition outright once and for all so that our community can focus on problem solving and advocating for all students.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is, I think this is right. Am I on?
You are. Please start your public comment.
No, right. Hello, my name's Mark Jones. I'm a representative for Teamsters 856 at the Mount Diablo Unified School Districts. We represent over 450 members in the classified staff. As a union, we believe in fairness in the workplace, but beyond that, we believe in fairness overall. We are glad to represent members at a district that boldly stands against this gross attempt of a small faction to segregate themselves from the diversity and inclusion that Mount Diablo Unified School District prides themselves with. Teamsters 856 strongly believes that all children deserve a quality education and will not support any movement that would benefit only the select privileged few while leaving behind the marginalized masses. Please uphold CDE's recommendations and reject a Northgate Unified School District as it does not unify but divides. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5224. You are live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, and thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Eliza Salinger, and I'm a graduate of MDUSD, having attended Valley Verde, Foothill, and Northgate. I'm also a parent of 2 Foothill students, and I currently teach at Northgate High. Please deny the appeal for a separate district. It would not result in an equitable division because it is an act of exclusion. I'd like to close my comments today using Thomas Jefferson's words, and he said, "Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty." The separate Northgate Unified School District would educate the partial mass of people, and it would not educate the whole mass. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 3993. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
My name is Gloria Cifuentes, and I work for the Mount Diablo School District in the Fort Service Department. I just want to say that I find this quite difficult to go back to the 60s, it seems like it, and I don't think that it would be fair for every, only certain race would be able to attend a certain school, but rather to unite and be a diversity school and district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Noven Feria, custodian at Mount Diablo Unified School District. As a custodian for more than 20 years, I'm very proud. I strongly opposing the petition to the State Board of Education to separate from Mount Diablo Unified School District to create a Northgate Unified School District. I strongly believe that our children deserve a quality education that Mount Diablo Unified School District providing for them already. I'm supporting the leadership, the teachers, and all the employees to provide the best service to our children to make Mount Diablo Unified School District the best place to learn for our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We support the department's recommendation to deny the petition. Granting it would set a terrible precedent in the name of local control and take the state in the wrong direction where neighborhoods of privilege try to segregate themselves from more low-income neighbors of color. We support the county for calling that out and support CDE's recommendation to deny. Overall, this is not in the interest of racial and educational justice. Our local control funding formula recognizes that districts have assets based on the socioeconomic makeup of students and families. It also recognizes that some districts need more help because of socioeconomic status. The point is that assets should be integrated into the district, not counted off for the privileged few. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Natalie Ivankovich, and I live in Walnut Creek, and I'm calling to express my opposition to item number 5. The NUSD proposal contains no plan for how my son and hundreds of other special education students will be serviced in the new district. The 2 small paragraphs in the NUSD proposal dedicated to special education state the new district hasn't prepared a programming plan and won't do so until the district begins operation. This is a complete failure to satisfy criteria number 6. The figures contained in the NUSD proposal demonstrate that the new district will not be able to create comparable programs to MDUSD due to a lack of qualifying students. MDUSD will also be faced with moving special education programs to other campuses, causing great disruption for students throughout the district. This educational disruption was the reason why the Contra Costa County Board of Education unanimously voted against the secession in 2008 and again in 2017. The same level of disruption exists 5 years later. Please
Thank you, caller.
Conclusion.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Eddie Bersan, council member of the city of Concord for the last 10 years, former vice mayor and mayor. I should point out that when this first issue came to the Concord City Council, the council voted overwhelmingly to oppose this separation. I won't go into all the other details, but to make it very short, for the name of our city is Concord. This passage of this thing would make it discord and increase the separation within my city. Furthermore, as the current city council member of the district that abuts this area, and I have run unopposed, I am totally opposed to this division and feel that it would reduce the effectiveness of our community to deal with the challenges of our nation, which is to be indivisible and appreciate that we need to have liberty and justice for all. And that is why we should stand together and stop this separation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lucero Torres, and I'm a parent of a student in the Mount Diablo district and a Teamster 856 member. I'm angry and disappointed that anyone is considering to create a new district for white people to pick and choose which child should get a better education. Every student deserves a future with the best education. Do not segregate our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. My name is Michelle Ellis. I'm a recent graduate of Northgate High School, and I am in strong opposition of this petition. I attended Northgate, both Foothill Middle School and Walnut Acres Elementary, and I was also the 2020 to 2021 Mount Diablo Unified Student Board member, and I'm the policy director for Gen Up. As an advocacy organization for California public school students, we recognize how detrimental this petition is for students in the MDOSD area. This proposal effectively segregates the school district, creating a wider, more affluent district that displaces and harms students in the remaining MDOSD area, a large portion of whom are Hispanic/Latinx and English language learners. I support the CDE's recommendation that the State Board disapprove this petition and maintain MDOSD unified. Gen Up strongly opposes this petition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Adam Kishore. I live in Concord, and I'm a Teamster 856 member, and I don't like this, how the white folks always want to try to segregate everybody. These rich white people need to understand you can't segregate us colored folks all the time. You know what I'm saying? So please, listen. I'm telling you guys, board man, you guys can't let this happen. These rich white folks always doing this to us poor people. Please keep us brown folks up on top and black folks on top. This is 2022. White people can't have this all the time. All these rich white folks, trying to hold us down and everything. You know what I'm saying? These white people, like Tupac said, white man world. You can't have this people doing all this to us white people. These white people can't be doing this to us colored folks. These white people want to segregate all of us. We can't have this. We can't have this, yo. Please don't do this. I'm asking you nicely. Don't let these rich white people do this to us. You know what I'm saying? To the kids that's growing up in this society right now,
Thank you,
white
caller.
people want to hold us down.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jane Balsh-Enlow, and I am a former parent at Mount Diablo. I'm a current teacher for Mount Diablo. I have 27 years of teaching with them. Next year will be my 28th. And I'm a Mount Diablo Education Association, the union. I'm on the board as a middle school delegate. I'll also be the community chair for next year as well for the union. I am here to talk about how not to support this NUSD district. My daughter went to Northgate as a special ed student, and all I can say is it worked. It did a great job. She is now going to Cal State East Bay next year. She was part of their autism magnet program, and she would not get as far as she is today without that program. And that program was perfectly designed for her, and if they have to move it, where are they going to move it to? So I please ask you to kindly consider not approving the NUSD for other reasons stated as well as the gentleman before me talked about.
Thank you, caller. Bye. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ragosa. I'm a graduate of Woodside Elementary, Oak Grove Middle, and Northgate High in the MDUSD. I'm currently an associate professor of teacher education at St. Mary's College, where I teach in our single subject credential program grounded in anti-racism, humanizing education practices, and social justice. I do not support the proposed secession petition. It is racist, classist, ableist, and xenophobic. It is well documented in research and education policy analysis how communities across the country who've instigated similar secession movements also use discriminatory, coded language and arguments. Attempts to resource, hoard, and segregate by privileged, affluent communities in MDUSD is at odds with public education that advances a more just, equitable society. Instead, we should do more to challenge the gaps and opportunities for students that still persist today across the district, not widen these gaps through further school segregation. I'm hopeful the California Department of Education will stand with teachers, community members, and youth calling for a just outcome for our public school district to serve the public.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last four digits, 1448. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Benitez. I am currently an employee for Mount Diablo School District Transportation Department. So I do my special ed routing. I am also a mother of 8 Ignacio Valley High School alumni students, all graduated from Ignacio Valley. I feel at this moment every school in our district and any other school district was built on diversity, not race, not ethnicity, and whether you have a better background than any other area student in the Northgate area. We are built on this, and I feel that I live in the proximity of Northgate, within a mile away from there. I have 4 grandchildren who also live in that same area, and I feel that when they're in that area,
thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Go into school.
Thank you very much, caller.
Thanks.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Rosie Reed, and I am an MDUSD parent of 6. I'm also a teacher. I formerly taught at Northgate High School, and I currently teach at Ignacio Valley High School. I was also named 2019 California Teacher of the Year. The proponents of the proposal claim that their plan has no racial motivations, but their desire to take Ignacio Valley High School and Oak Grove Middle School buildings without the students defies their claim. As a teacher of Ignacio Valley High School, I cannot overstate how disruptive and potentially traumatic it would be for my Ignacio Valley students to be displaced and redistributed throughout the district. Please uphold the recommendations of MDUSD, Contra Costa County Office of Education, and the CDE and deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 2379. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
Hi, this is Craig Yen, and I am a teacher within Mount Diablo Unified School District. I have taught within the school district now for 19 years and actually teach at one of the schools that would be affected, Valley Verde Elementary. What was stated is that teachers were consulted in the construction of this petition. At no point was I notified, was I messaged. I am concerned for not only for the teachers and the educators that are within the area, but also the students, and for multiple reasons that were already stated. Appreciate all the public comments, and appreciate your looking at this here. And again, we are opposed to this petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jessica Clark. I also wrote a long letter that more concretely states my concerns, but I am a credentialed teacher and Master of Education, a substitute employee of the district, and a parent of 2 young elementary age children. I'm also a board member of the District-Wide Education Foundation because I strongly believe in supporting all of our students. I am MDUSD proud because of I value all the types of diversity in our district, including the educational program diversity that is possible because of the size of our district. I am deeply concerned about which schools and neighborhoods were included versus actively and carved out excluded, and what the intentions were for that. I'm also a Walnut Creek resident. This would create a 6th school district within our Walnut Creek city boundaries. The neighborhood I live in would remain part of MDUSD. So if for whatever reason there's any reason to send this to a vote, I highly, highly ask that you include our entire.
Thank you, caller.
All of our students, all of our families.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute. Okay. Caller with the last 4 digits, 2715. You are live, and you may start your public comment now.
Thank you very much. My name is Karen Jenkins. I'm a teacher at Northgate High School. I'm a graduate of this school district, K through 12. My 3 daughters have attended this district from 2003 until just this June when the 3rd child graduated. I strongly oppose this plan to form a smaller district. I feel that people are excluded who have traditionally been a part of our district. I also feel that the services for special education, English language learners, and even world language learners will be disadvantaged because of the inability to share resources. I basically agree with what the speakers prior to me have said. And thank you very much for hearing us.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 9595. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
Thank you. My name is Carlin Obringer. I'm a Concord City Council member, and I am opposed to this proposal. You know, there are already so many disparities that exist within our communities, even along the same road. Unfortunately, Oak Grove Road, which several of the schools that we're talking about are located on. And the city of Concord was opposed to this. I, as a Concord City Council member, am opposed to this. And so I just wanted to state that on the record. And, you know, there really is quite a bit of benefit to having students and families of diverse socioeconomic backgrounds have the opportunity to learn and engage on our campuses. And so I just ask that we maintain the status quo and not segregate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Eddie Bursan again. I previously commented, and I don't think you want me to repeat it.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you very much for being honest.
Okay.
The next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kelly Cooper, and I am the current principal at Northgate High School. I'm a product of MDUSD, having attended since kindergarten, and I taught for 17 years at Ignacio Valley High School before joining the Northgate admin team 5 years ago. I urge you to vote no on this blatantly segregationist and classist petition. While the intent might not have been there, the outcomes are very clear. We are better together. We are better because of all the students at Northgate, and our recent community satisfaction rates have increased, our staff satisfaction rates have increased, and our students have been thriving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Ivana Scott. I am a parent of 2 students at the MDUSD school district. Absolutely disappointed that this is even on the table. Our schools are already underfunded. Our system is broken. This is only deepening the issue. And I just want to say we need to improve our schools for everybody, not to reestablish segregation. And I will not be mentioning diversity at all in this. I would just like to say that equal access to quality education is a human right, and especially during this time when other human rights are being stripped off of other American citizens. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4836. You are live. Please start your public comment now.
My name is Mary Gray. Thank you very much for allowing us to call in. Please vote no to the formation of a new district. It would further decimate and divide our current district, and we need to help all of our children, not simply the ones who can afford to be helped by a elitist and classist group of parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Put it in the sky. Put it up. Now look up.
Caller, if you could speak up just a little bit, we can barely hear you. Okay, it looks like that concludes public comment for item number 5.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of the callers who called in. At this point, I'd like to ask our liaison member Escobedo if he has any comments before we get into board discussion.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. Yes, I would like to reiterate some important points.
I need, you know what, before that, I need to close the public hearing at 2:11 p.m. Now, Member Escobedo, please give us your framing comments.
Yes, and I really appreciate community members calling in. Amazing report by CDE, just looking through all those factors, all those 9 criteria. It's definitely a significant endeavor to get all of this done. And just want to remind myself and my colleagues that we do have broad discretion. However, whatever decision we make is going to have repercussions, not just for the community, but for many generations to come. And I know many of us, if not all, have a real equity lens that we look when we make our decisions. We look at equity, and I hope we also use that lens. I mean, it's somehow inherent in some of those 9 criteria, but this is a very important decision that we will make, and I just know it's not just how could I say, making a decision, but just think about the repercussions of just forming another district, especially in the times that we are right now. The instability that we have, not just reopening, but reopening a new district, carries on. It's huge, immense endeavor. So I look forward to our discussion and would love to hear the thoughts of this board.
All right. And do we have any questions or comments from members of the board? I am not seeing any yet. Member Olken.
Thank you. First, thanks for the really good briefing on district reorganization and formation. This is all new and complicated, and I appreciate all the people who called in as well. My question is really just a clarifying one that I wasn't quite ready to ask earlier. I was a little confused about why in our presentation from CDE staff, the criteria about diversity and segregation, there was something about, while it's clear that the proposed districts would have different student populations, the schools wouldn't be affected, the current schools, and I just didn't quite understand how that was possible. I don't know if that's something that can be re-explained.
I'll ask our CDE colleagues if they would be able to come to the podium and answer that question.
Yes, I can address that. The territory for this proposed school district was drawn with the boundaries of the existing schools, putting the two additional contentious sites aside. So how that turns out is that the schools that would be in this new school district are serving almost all of the same students. There's a couple of neighborhood areas that would move over, and then there's the issue of interdistrict transfer students maybe returning to their home schools, but that represents a very small portion of the total population that would be served in the new school district. So in essence, the new school district would be serving largely all of the same students it currently is, and that is why at the school level, we're not seeing a significant change in the racial and ethnic diversity. Does that help answer the question?
Is the difference between the school level and the residential levels of racial and ethnic diversity? So in the neighborhood of the new district, in the geographic area of the new district?
Yeah. So the composition, all of the new school district is based on the attendance areas of the schools as they largely exist now. So there's not going to be a lot of change in the school populations. So the new school district, if I were to look at the attendance of the 5 schools now, it's going to be mostly the same new school district or not, with the exception of these magnet programs and interdistrict transfers. So that's where you're going to see the noticeable difference in who these schools are serving, because there are some district-wide programs housed on the Northgate schools. So those programs would move back to MDUSD. Presumably the new school district would develop programs in its place, but the residential area is the same in the proposed district as those schools currently serve.
So basically, if I could just follow up on that, you're assuming a sort of static quality to the school enrollment at the school level. But it is true, is it not, that the districts, in terms of the way they might in fact create magnet or other programs that cut across or enable kids to move schools beyond their neighborhood of residence, would be differently comprised than the current district, with one becoming more less diverse and one becoming more diverse.
You're correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I saw a member Patillo Bronson's hand go up a minute ago. Did I?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm, we're not doing just clarifying questions at this point.
No, we're in discussion now. We're in discussion moving towards a motion.
Great. So I think the presentation, I think, was incredibly helpful, succinct, and I personally found the public comment quite thunderous, hearing directly from community members and people whose lives and work lives and children's lives in schools will be directly affected, I think is always an incredibly important aspect of community input that we have to weigh very carefully. I certainly understand the petitioner's reasonable goals around wanting increased accountability, increased academic achievement, and I think those are certainly things that everyone wants for a school district. And particularly thinking about how this sets a precedent. The quest for better communications and responsiveness and accountability between leaders, decision-making, and the community is something that I think every school community struggles and grapples to be better at. What I didn't really hear was anything terribly specific as to what was not working. What I did hear very clearly and very specifically, however, was a rather significant amount of adverse impact in terms of effectively removing the highest performing high school in the whole district, and acknowledging that many of those kids are neighborhood kids who would still have access to that higher performing district, but schools don't live in isolation. And in addition to inter-district transfers, in addition to magnet students, there's oftentimes within district school competitions, clubs, there's a whole aspect in which schools are a part of a district, even if the individual school is population is not impacted. The other piece I think that CDE lifted up, which was quite compelling to me, is the idea that the seceded district would effectively create an isolated and less diverse, higher SES and lower population of diverse learners. And I think what is implicit in that also is that it also isolates the majority minority students and majority minority schools on the other side of that divide. But all of that, I think, taken together makes it pretty straightforward in my view to support the recommendation of the department and not to approve the request.
Thank you. Vice President Glover Woods.
I would just, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I would just add on to what has already been stated. I think that we've received a lot of very thorough information as to why approving this petition would not be in the best interest of the students in that community. I do want to say I was listening for those who would be calling in to support the petition, and it was not evident. So it just leads me to a wondering on who in the community really does support the petition itself. But as has already been said in various different ways, I think that the information that's been presented in a very objective way leads to the understanding that the approval of this particular petition would not be in the best interest of the students served in Mount Diablo School District or those that would be served in a new district as proposed.
Thank you. Member Lewis, and we can be moving toward a motion at some point if there are, I don't see other hands up at this point.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. I won't belabor the point. I just want to reemphasize too that I thought that the presentation by the CDE and all the information that we had was very thorough and very objective. And I kept looking for throughout all the comments of the presentation from the petitioners and listening for comments that would come through the public comment line for just a compelling reason to believe that there is justification or a need to reorganize. And what I did here was a lot of things that I think I've heard as a district administrator and as an administrator and teacher for a number of years. And it was the main thing that stood out to me is there seems to be a lack of communication between community members and about what they really want in terms of the reorganization and why it's necessary. I could not come up with any reason that, like I believe it was Member Brownson said about that these are reasons and things that we want for all kids across all districts. And so for me, the evidence that I've heard today, the CDE presentation, the comments that came in through the public phone calls, and particularly people who are within schools that are affected by the reorganization if it were to occur, who weren't even contacted, particularly teachers. So it does seem that there isn't a compelling reason for us to support to go through with the changing the recommendation to deny the petition. So I think that we have a lot more information that would lead us to support the SBE's recommendation.
All right. I don't see any other hands up. Is there a motion?
I would like to motion, Dr. Hammond, to follow CDE's recommendation that we disapprove the proposal to create a new unified school district from a portion of the existing Mount Diablo Unified School District because of, one, the proposal does not substantially meet 2 of the 9 minimum threshold standards, and that there is no compelling reason for reorganization, and that there are compelling reasons to disapprove.
I'll second.
Oh. Right, we have second and third. Any further discussion? Brooks, will you call the roll call vote?
Member Bonanca.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Aye.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I'll give you until 2:45, a little bit more than 15 minutes. We'll see you back then. Turn off your mics and video cameras, but don't leave the room, the video room. All right. Board members, welcome back. We need to reestablish a quorum, so Brooks is going to call the roll.
Member Bonanca.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Escobedo.
Here.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Lewis.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Olkin.
Here.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Everyone's present. We have a quorum.
All right. Now we're going to take up the regular consent items 6 through 14. We will now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 6 through 14. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And are there any public comments on regular consent items 6 through 14?
Currently, there are no callers in the queue.
And President Darnham, if we can just give it maybe 30 seconds more. We have a little bit of a time lag here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I will note that if anyone does call in, we would encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record and which item you're commenting on.
Okay, it looks like there are no callers in the queue for regular consent items 6 through 14.
All right. Given that there is no public comment, I would ask for a motion on consent items 6 through 14. Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Thank you. I think Member Patillo-Brownson and then Member Gonzalez. Thank you very much. We'll now hold a roll call vote. Brooks, can you call the roll?
Member Banaka.
Aye.
President Darling-Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Aye.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. We're going to be doing the waiver items tomorrow. So at this point, I will reopen item 1 to take action on the preliminary report of actions, the draft of the May 2022 meeting minutes, and to have members report on their liaison assignments. While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, and we should leave that public comment slide up again. Do I have a motion from a board member to approve the May 2022 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you. Are there any public comments? Let me give it a minute in case.
Currently, there are no callers in the queue for public comment.
All right. So is there any further discussion? Hearing no public comment. Any further discussion of the minutes? All right, we'll hold a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Banaka.
Aye.
President Darling-Hammond.
Aye.
Member Escobedo.
Aye.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Aye.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And before we start the liaison reports, I do want to take a moment to recognize our student board member, Rana Bananka. This is her last meeting before she starts college at Stanford University in the fall. We are happy to announce that Rana's state senator, Senator Susan Eggman, prepared a legislative resolution honoring her for her service, which we will mail to her. But I want to share some highlights of the resolution. I think we're able to show it here. I'm not going to read all of it. There's a picture of the certificate. You can make it as big as you want on your screen and try to make out all the words. But it does begin with Rana Bananka as completing her term as student member of the California State Board of Education in recognition of the valuable contributions she provided to that organization during her tenure. Her exemplary record of civic leadership, she is deserving of special public commendations. I think we all agree with that. I don't know if you all know that part of what Rana's been focusing on is increasing teen vaccination rates and speaking about the mental health impacts of COVID-19. While she has been a senior at Modesto High School and participating in the International Baccalaureate program, a very rigorous and engaging program of study, she's also done a few other things in addition to sitting on the state board. She's been student representative to the Modesto City Schools Board of Education. She's been on several of its committees, including the LCAP Committee and the District Wellness Committee, its Student Advisory and Inter-High Councils. She's working with the California Association of Student Councils to create an advisory group for current and future student board members. She's been on the board of directors and a legislative advisor for GenUp, which is a student-led social justice organization and a student activist coalition that advocates for education through the power of youth voices. She writes a regular column for the Modesto Bee, relevant to young people. She founded Modesto High School's literary magazine club, and she recently won the Josh Harder Congressional App Challenge for developing an app called Community Connection that links elderly people with volunteers who are trained to help with their specific needs. If any of us had that much energy, I don't know what all we could be accomplishing. But we appreciate all of Rana's contributions in addition to those here on the State Board of Education. So we join Senator Susan Talamantes Eggman that she takes pleasure in commending Rana, applauding her for her exemplary record of achievements, and expressing sincere best wishes for continued success in the years to come. So Rana, we thank you for all that you are doing. We look forward to all that you will do. Soon you'll be right near me here on the Stanford campus. I look forward to seeing you, maybe even in person for a change. And so we're very thankful for the contributions you've made. I don't know if you'd like to say a couple of words at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you so much. I feel like that really encapsulates how I feel right now. I'm just so grateful. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to all of the board members that I've had the absolute pleasure of serving alongside throughout my term. Not only the members that we see today, but also the members I was able to serve with at the beginning of my term, members Burr, Sun, Strauss, and Rucker. Your passion and commitment to improving our education system truly was so inspiring to me. And I know that sounds really corny, but it's absolutely true. Like, really, from the moment I met all of you, it was strikingly obvious that you care so deeply about helping others in what you do and that you're just completely devoted to it. And just being able to work with you all has constantly inspired me to work harder, to dig deeper, and to always give my all. So thank you. And not only do I want to say thank you on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of the students in our state. While I can't say that all 6 million students know your names, I can say that they all know your impact and have felt that in our school system. So thank you. And I also want to say thank you to Brooks and all of the CDE and SBE staff for being so supportive and welcoming of me throughout my entire term. Anytime I had a question or needed any type of help, you guys were always there for me. And even more broadly, I've just been able to see how hardworking you all are, and it's truly incredible. You guys, I think of you guys as like the super glue that holds the board together. So thank you. And then last but definitely not least, I want to thank all of the students and the student organizations I've been able to work with and most importantly, learn from in this past year. There have been so many instances where I was, listening to students and they brought up ideas and issues that I hadn't even considered before. And so I felt like a lot of my learning throughout this term just came from sitting and listening to students. And I want to remind any students listening that your input is not only welcomed, but I think it's really necessary in order for our education system to be the best it can. So thank you for speaking up. And although I'm really sad to leave, I know that the student member position is in amazing hands with Naomi. I am fully confident that she's going to do a phenomenal job. I can't wait for you all to see that and to meet her. And I'm just really excited to be helping her transition into the role. So as I wrap this up, I just want to reiterate how insanely privileged I feel to have served on this board with you all. I've learned more in this year than I have in like any of my other years of life, which I know may not sound like a lot, but truly this year has been transformative for me. And I think a bulk of that really comes from the examples that you all have set for me. The example of being a leader, of being a listener, of handling contentious situations with grace and pragmatism, and so many more examples. So again, thank you so much to everyone I've been able to work with. And moving forward, I hope we can keep in touch.
That's wonderful. And I hope that will be true for all of us. I know it can be true for me because you'll be so close by. Thank you so much. At this point, I will begin the board liaison reports. And we'll begin, actually, Rana, do you feel ready to begin yours? That would be great. We'll start with you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, first of all, I hope that all of the students out there are enjoying their summer, whether that's being at home or participating in a summer program at school. As Superintendent Thurman pointed out earlier today, these summer programs wouldn't be possible if not for all of the teachers and staff that are working so hard this summer. So I want to say thank you and shout those people out. I also want to echo President Darling Hammond's shout out to all of the graduates this year. As a 2022 graduate myself, I was able to live through the challenges that we talked so much about, how it's affected students. And I just want to say that anyone that's graduated this year should feel extremely proud of themselves for overcoming all the obstacles that came with distance learning and COVID and all of that. In terms of activity, I was able to attend the Gen Up Interchapter Conference where we were able to discuss some of the priorities moving forward. And it was really helpful to just glean what students are interested in and what they really care about advocating for in this coming year. For example, working on student bills of rights in districts and expanding knowledge and awareness of the statewide seal of civic engagement in districts. I was also able to speak on a webinar alongside Senator Padilla, Superintendent Thurman, and Secretary Cardona discussing COVID-19's impact on mental health, student mental health, and how that's impacted student career and college readiness. And it was really, really great to hear not only just the ways that it's impacted us, but also to look forward and find solutions. And it was great to hear about how at the statewide level and the national level, we're all really working hard, putting all hands on deck to really solve and remedy the mental health crisis and just the many, detrimental effects that COVID had on our mental health as students. So whether that be using like American Rescue Plan money to support mental health in schools, I know that Senator Padilla also talked about the Comprehensive Mental Health in Schools Pilot Program Act. And it was also interesting to hear from Nietzsche Avina, who is the 2022 California Teacher of the Year, who also spoke about her perspective as a teacher and how COVID impacted them as well. And then finally, I've been working really hard to kind of compile all my thoughts as I end off my term and just all of my advice in one concise booklet for Naomi so that throughout the rest of the summer I can work on training her and just teaching her everything that I think that would be helpful for her as she enters her term, so that she comes with as much knowledge as possible. So I'm really excited to work with her for the rest of the summer. And that concludes my board report.
Terrific. Thank you so very much. Member Escobedo.
There we go. Unmuted myself. I myself and Vice President Glover had the great experience of going through Senate confirmation last month, and really appreciate the staff for being such a great support through that process. It was a great process. I kind of felt like I was defending my dissertation in a way. So it went really well. It was really well. It was actually very positive. And attended the National School Board Association meeting about a couple of weeks ago. And they talked about the 12 school budget increases that went through the federal government. Specifically, the House was an increase, I believe, of 13% overall, especially in the areas of Title I and IDEA Part B, which is focused on career and ed tech programs. These increases will be sent to the Senate, and hopefully by September we will hear more about the increases in education on the federal level. I believe Congress is started their 2-week recess, and hopefully before elections a decision will be made. There's also thought of a global economic bill as a way to compete. My understanding in China of increasing more computer science classes for our students, and that's something more in the future. And believe the CDC just finished their youth behavior study, and has some real, talking about mental health throughout our nation. Some of the studies really outline some of the issues our youth are feeling or meeting with throughout the nation as well. The next week I'll be attending a 2-day retreat with West Ed, and looking forward to their future endeavors for the 22-23 year as well. And that concludes my work with my liaison commitments.
Terrific. Thank you. Vice President Glover Woods.
Well, most of my liaison commitments are actually on our agenda for this month's board meeting, so I'll save the majority of my comments for when those agenda items do come up. But I do want to wish Rana all the best and say congratulations to you and just all your future endeavors. It's been an honor to serve with you on the board, and I just can't wait to see. I don't really know what else you could do. My goodness, I think you've done it all, but I know some great things are going to come from you. So it's just been a pleasure working with you. And just a shout out to all those who are still in summer school, all of the young people as well as the adults who are supporting them. Thank you for extending yourselves to give our young people extended opportunities over the summer, and enjoy the last few weeks because the new school year is right around the corner. Thank you.
Too true. Member Lewis.
Hey, thank you. I was able to attend the California Subject Matter Project Concurrence Committee meeting in June, and to learn about all the 9 different projects that are going on, and to hear the update and reports from each of those executive directors. It was a very informative meeting with a lot of information, and I was taking copious notes. And the minutes have not come out yet, but I just want to kind of give an overview of some of the highlights of what each of the executive directors reported on. There's a lot that's been going on this summer and plans for the fall with regards to support for professional development and learning for our teachers in terms of instruction, leadership, and various areas to help improve teaching and learning in the classroom for our students. So to hear the different reports was very encouraging, all the way from, I'll just kind of start briefly with the ones that I have and just give you a brief overview and not try to read through every single thing that they're doing, but just a couple of highlights. For the physical education and health SEL for students, they have what they call as a department chair academy building leadership, and that is for leading leadership opportunities for those who are serving as department chairs. There's a big focus and conversation around the physical education and health professionals regarding mental health needs and a need to focus on both mental health and identity with the physical education students. They have K through 5 elementary PE teacher support program that was supposed to take place this summer. They had 150 elementary PE teachers that were already registered for that event. And so that's very, very promising and very encouraging because, you know, having been involved in high school PE, it's very encouraging to know that there's such an emphasis and importance of placing physical education in our elementary schools and support for those teachers. From the California Science Project, one of the highlights this summer is they were having over 30 professional development programs for science teachers, and 50% of that was going to be online and 50% hybrid. They're providing a lot of support to help chemistry and physics teachers pass the CSET, which is a challenge for them. And they're really focused on the challenge of really putting an emphasis on elementary science, and because they feel like it should be more offerings at the elementary levels, and so that's a focus for them. They're really interested in when the SBE will include the statewide exam into the dashboard, and so that will hopefully continue to put more emphasis on science on the lower grades. In looking at the California World Language Project, there's a world language seminar that took place this summer with a focus on caring for our world, caring for ourselves, honoring Indigenous voices, and focus on rolling out the new California World Language standards. With the California Writing Project, they have a new initiative which will be focused on ethnic studies and writing, which is encouraging with the implementation of ethnic studies as a grad requirement. And when we look at the California Arts Project, they launched their arts education framework in March of this year. There were over 200 attendees at a virtual California Arts Education Framework, and they're creating videos that teachers will be able to view that pertains to that rollout, that maybe not be able to attend the online framework activity. And also with the California Global Education Project, they're planning for a global education forum this fall, and the focus is teaching for sustainable communities with a focus on social and economic sustainability. And they hope to do a fall launching of online resources to be available for teachers. First time attending that meeting. They have 2 meetings throughout the year. This meeting in June was their update meeting. So it was really good for me to hear about the collaboration that goes on between the institutions of higher ed, all of our K through 12 teachers, administrators, businesses, and just community members. And hearing all of that, and then being able to do a follow-up overview meeting with Ms. Hernandez. It was just exciting to know that all this work that's being provided to our teachers to promote instructional strategies, teacher leadership, and just a focus on student learning and support for that in the classroom. I think the California Subject Matter Project is a phenomenal project, and they're doing a lot of great things across the state regionally to support our teachers and our students. So it was a lot of information, but it was great to attend that meeting. So
terrific. Thank you. Member McQuillan.
All right, thank you. I'll be short and sweet. The subcommittee I sit on, the Career Technical Education Joint Task Force, I'm waiting to hear confirmation on our next date, which I believe is August. We've kind of jumped around, losing a few members there. So I think early August we're meeting next again. I wanted to give a shout out for the state of California for all the new resources that we have, moving from 50 to number 10, I think, in terms of student funding. California moving in the right direction. That is just fantastic with all the new resources. I heard some resources are coming for career technical education. The LCFF has gotten additional resources, lots of support. So that's fantastic. I'm proud of education right now, and we should all be proud. I also want to give a shout out to Raina. Also, thank you for our student board member and all the great input. You've been a leader on our board here, and your input is always valued. And I'm looking forward to all the big things you're going to be doing in the future. So, congratulations and thank you.
Terrific, thank you, Member Olkin.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking you, Member Banaka. So far in my few meetings here, I've just been, to echo Member McClellan, really proud to be part of public education in California. And the most important reason is because young people like you are going to help us figure out what to do and make our world a whole better place. And so getting to see just how much you've already accomplished and that you're poised to do more gives me such a sense of personal pride, but then even though I had nothing to do with it, and hope, for the future. So congratulations and thank you. And I was able to attend my first advisory commission for special education meeting. What I really appreciated about it, it was like being in the best IEP meeting ever. It was, school leaders, district leaders, teachers, staff, parents, people with disabilities, all coming together to try and figure out how to do right by the potential and power of young people. And there was real respect for the various ways that we all, in our own capacity, provide important input to the educational process, and a recognition that working together is how real problems get solved. And so it was like being in the best IEP meeting ever, crossed with being in a community school where there was a recognition that it is the whole person that matters. In the realm of special education, there are mental health supports, there's transition training into the real world, there's, recognition of different ways of learning and support for that and celebration for that. So it was just, it was really inspiring. And practically speaking, just two quick things to highlight. We had a very intensive update from the California Coalition for Inclusive Literacy, which I didn't know about previously, which is a partnership between CAST, who are the founders and of Universal Design for Learning, the frameworks and guidelines, and 5 county offices of education, so LA County Office of Ed, Fresno, Placer, San Joaquin, and Santa Clara. And the goal of the coalition is to help build capacity first at the county level, but then sort of out into all those major areas for inclusive practices that support all young people to develop their literacy skills. And it uses a UDL lens, a train the trainer approach, and And there's also opportunities for people who are not in those 5 counties to access their supports. And so that was really exciting and interesting to learn about. And then the second big thing that I wanted to highlight was they spent a chunk of the second day of the meeting in study groups, divided into 2 groups, really looking at what they want their priorities to be for this coming school year and how they feel like they can best, I mean, the easiest way to say it is make sure all IEPs look like this one did. Meaning, you know, helping set and support policy and inclusive practices across the state. And a couple of things that came out that were of note for me. One was a real emphasis on family and educator partnership as a key lever for change. So really trying to build trust between educators and families and recognizing the distinct and important capacities they both bring to the table. And practically speaking, they talked about the work on the new IEP, the potential work on a new IEP process or template as an area where basically that's when that team gets together. And so if we can spend some time thinking about how that team really recognizes their shared ownership and partnership, our students would be better served. So it was a really inspiring group, and I was honored to be part of it. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. Well, mine was part of item 4, our mega assessment pack that we discussed earlier. So one of the things I really want to focus on today is really not only congratulate the class of 2022. My son actually promoted from 8th grade and was so excited. He's my oldest, and I'm excited for what is to come as a high school mom. But I'm just so impressed with his school district. A shout out to Downey Unified School District, who just did such a great job in celebrating education and the students. And I know every school district across the state was thinking of not only recognizing children, but also those that are not only just getting awards, but just the fact that they've survived a pandemic, that they're present, that they were part of the school year, and regardless of all the obstacles that they had. So I think it was really exciting to actually be in a group setting with all these students and their smiles and the way that they were dressed. And I hadn't attended anything that large in such a long time that I think everyone was just besides themselves. And I could see it in their kids' smiles with their hugs and hopefully, you know, they were vaccinated. As Rana says, it's so important to get these kids. Yesterday, my kids even got their booster. So it's really important to highlight that also. Aside from that, I want to also highlight something about my assignment where I was listening today in our presentation. It's the presenter, I can't remember who it was, but said, we have unique schools with unique student needs. And yes, we do. And Member Lewis mentioned about how in her assignment, there was so many practitioner resources to assist teachers in planning the summer and for the upcoming school year. And I know every teacher in the state of California is thinking about that classroom and getting ready. We're only about a month away. I know for me, it's only a few weeks away from starting my new school year, and looking at the resources that SBAC has and some of the upcoming things that they've put on, like for instance, I think I saw in our schedule, there's a lot of resources for the California Science Standard for students with cognitive disabilities, which I think was really helpful to look through the interim comprehensive assessments and some of the performance tests that are available for teachers to help with their planning, I think is really key. And those assessments, I think, are really what's going to drive instruction, but also teachers being able to see beforehand what they can do to best support students. So I don't want to repeat everything I said in our earlier conversations, but I do think that it's important to remind teachers that those resources are there. And thank you, Member Lewis, for reminding us of those resources that that we have in our California website, Department of Ed website. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Patil-Bronson.
So I will start by joining the chorus of people who are sad to see Rana go. Congratulations on your graduation. It's been so impressive to actually see you working at such an incredible level. I'm sure you are hearing this lots, but you are wise beyond your years, and I know you're going to have such a blast at Stanford. And I'm confident that you will continue to do great service for the state of California and for kids and youth, and just can't wait to see what you do next. I've also had the honor of attending a couple of graduations locally here in Southern California to celebrate this class of 2022, who really persevered through so many things, and I think have demonstrated a playbook for how to come back stronger on the other side. I attended a graduation at Culver City Unified, which is a local smaller school district in Southern California, which, in addition to being an incredibly joyous and diverse crowd, it continues to be one of the sort of bright spot school districts that is really a standard bearer in terms of strong academic outcomes for Black students for year to year, and is, I think, defining a playbook which really should, I think, merit some attention. I also had the great fun of attending a middle school graduation, or step up, for Los Angeles Center for Rich Studies, and recognizing really that the graduating eighth graders are folks who came through what I think many people sort of think of as middle school as some of the more challenging developmental, or at least awkward developmental stages in schooling, and that they're now going to be the rising high schoolers in the fall. And it will be that cohort of high schoolers who are really going to be defining, in concert in partnership with all of the adults at the school, what it means to live in a new normal with COVID becoming endemic. And I think they have been well trained in flexibility, in contingency planning, and resilience. And just want to congratulate all of the students who continue on this journey. So earlier during the superintendent's report, I think we heard many of the highlights of a very exciting budget season. I want to lift up a couple of additional items I think that are related to the bridge that transitional kindergarten, I think, plays. So obviously there is a new infusion of funding coming in to expand transitional kindergarten and enrollment in this coming year. Really exciting investments to bring down the student to teacher ratio to 12-1, which really brings California into alignment with our best in class peers in other states. And I think really speaks to this idea of how to ensure that our early years are cognizant of the academic learning, but also the child development foundations that are absolutely necessary in the foundation for how children, especially in the early years, learn. Also fun to see the integration of TK into a number of other budget items, which are just the normal K-12 excitement, but wonderful to see that the expanding learning opportunities includes the TK to 6 frame, similar nods within the math and transportation work or investments. And also I lift this up for purposes of our board, although the state preschool program is slightly different and is not a part of our TK to 12 system. It is oftentimes the launch pad that determines how kids come in and their level of readiness. And it's really exciting and worth noting that California's made some very big, expansive movements, some of which I think were called out in the award that the governor is accepting. But particularly for low-income 3- and 4-year-olds and expanding eligibility all the way to state median income, which really, I think, sets California apart from so many other states.
the liaison assignment with the California Summer School for the Arts. Also, I wanted to lift up, they have actually gone back in person, which is really exciting. That launched on July the 9th. They continue through to August the 5th. So they're back in person, and they are almost 500 strong in enrollment, which is an incredibly, I think, joyous welcome back after having been in virtual programming. As a reminder, the areas of specialty and focus include animation, dance, film, music, theater, visual arts, and writing. And actually the next CSSA board meeting will be at the summer school campus later this month. So I will have real in-person accounts to share at our next board meeting. Last thing I'll just, I think, share in the gratitude and appreciation that board member Lewis, I think, lifted up earlier around the many administrators, counselors, tutors, teachers, and students who are undertaking summer school this year. It has been a bumpy ride for all, and I'm so impressed by the determination and resolve of so many to continue fortifying their foundations in summer school and reaching out, even in the hottest months of California summer. And so just really grateful that people are doing it, putting in the time, and ensuring that we have the accelerated learning pathway that has been provided for in the budget to make it real and meaningful and actually drive student outcomes. So that concludes my report.
Awesome. Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for all of your reports. And Rana, I have to say that I'm going to miss you a lot. I hold you up as a model to my students so that they can develop their voice and leadership. And I often show them clips of you so that they can be inspired. And I will follow you to see what wonderful things you do. Thank you for your service to the state and for all of the work that you do. It's been a pleasure to serve with you. I attended the CTC meeting, which was a 3-day meeting, but I'm going to give you a couple of highlights. Took place June 15th through 17th. And with regard to early childhood, the Commission proposed an authorization statement and credential requirements for transitioning the current early childhood education specialist credential into the PK3 EC specialist credential. The item also discussed the pathways and options for candidates to complete the credential requirements and reports on additional public participation and input activities since the April 2022 meeting that informed all of these decisions and recommendations. The work is responsive to the direction provided by the state's master plan for early learning and care, extensive input from the field, and the need for additional EC teachers to support the statewide UPK implementation as called for by the governor's budget. This is, while all of the items were exciting, I do want to highlight my favorite item, and I'm going to recommend, if you're interested in teacher preparation or just want to watch some amazing, an amazing meeting, I recommend a study session that was held by CTC, and it invited 2 panels of experts and practitioners to the table to discuss the history, current research, and use of performance assessments in the field of education, and how these types of complex measures support systems or support programs and candidates to reflect on their emerging practice and prepare educators to begin professional practice. The study session focused on the underlying theory of action of performance assessments in California. 2 highly distinguished researchers, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond, president of the state board, as you know, and Dr. Charles Peck, professor, University of Washington, were on the first panel. They both provided a history of performance assessments, issues pertaining to establishing validity and reliability of these assessments, what candidates and programs gained, and are challenged by when engaging in these type of assessments, what the research provides in understanding the benefits and challenges in supporting educator and program development, as well as some of the tensions experienced The current TPAs were influenced in a big part by the national board, right? So that the teachers can have a sense of hopefully becoming national board certified teachers. We have incentives here in the state that in that direction, and have had a lot of great success with teachers who are working in underserved schools to participate in, to go through the national board certification process and becoming reflective practitioners. The second panel of 7 educator practitioners discussed what they've gained through the tensions they've faced while implementing teacher and leader performance assessments. The candidates spoke to their firsthand experiences and shared what they learned from these educative assessments and what they have struggled with. They also spoke to their current employments and how they've applied what they've learned. Again, the presentations were phenomenal and very insightful. There is a quote that I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have the exact quote with me, but one of the panelists said, because there have been a few people that have critiqued the number of teachers of color with their passing rates with the performance assessments. And so, and in their critique, they've suggested just getting rid of, the testing altogether. And one of the comments was, how is it that instead of asking ourselves why the teachers aren't passing and what we need to do to build a structure, an equitable structure for them to be able to do well with these assessments, that we're just talking about getting rid of them and basically ignoring the underlying issues. And so that just really struck me, because there are underlying issues that are structural that we need to look at. So I continue working on the Public Education Committee with NASB as we're working on a proposal about preparing the educator workforce and looking at ways of recruiting new teachers. And that concludes my report, President Darling Hammond.
Thank you. I'll just add a few things on the point that Member Rodriguez was just making. One of the discoveries about the pathways into teaching for many of our teachers is that so many have been coming in through emergency hiring. And that's where you find the challenges for folks to get the support that they need in every regard to learn to teach. So part of the work of last year and this year on the budget has been to make it possible for folks to get into teaching and be able to afford to be fully prepared with Golden State scholarships, with residency models that give you not only financial aid for tuition, but also living stipends and so on. So that's a major part of the governor's agenda and CTC's agenda to really enable everyone to have the access to high quality preparation. I'm going to just mention a couple of things. I serve with Member Escobedo on the liaison with the community schools work that we're doing. It so happens that the U.S. Department of Education is also dramatically expanding its grant program for community schools. It will be about 10 times larger than it used to be starting this year. And so they have just been launching their new grant application process. I was with some other folks in kicking off a webinar series to help people understand what community schools might be and what they can do. Obviously, drawing a lot on our own experience here in the state. And I want to urge California schools and districts to be alert to the fact that these grants are coming online. I think they may have just been posted in the last few days. And this may be another source of support for the work that our districts and schools are doing to build community school environments here in California. The TK initiative, thank you for getting us thinking about that, Member Patillo Bronson is off and running. And, this is this coming school year, which is starting momentarily and starting already, I think, in some districts, is the first year of the expansion with, I think, 3 more months worth of birthdays being eligible for attendance in TK. One of the big issues and I was part of the master plan development and I represent the board with the little work group that the department has to implement. They're doing amazing work, getting out all kinds of implementation guidance and holding webinars and holding, office hours and working on workforce supports and subsidies. So with them and with CTC, there was a meeting held that also involved the California Colleges of Teacher Education, the PEACH group, which is the early childhood educators and so on. Just a week or so ago, many hundreds of people signed up for this webinar to figure out how to train teachers, how to help them get access to the subsidies, how to help them get in the pathway for the new early childhood credential that's being constructed. Lots of excitement, lots of hard work, lots of need. We will need to recruit between 11,000 and 16,000 TK teachers in the next 4 years. So that work is underway. Lots of people are rolling up their sleeves and enabling the process of training to go on. Existing teachers who already have a child development permit in the early childhood context, preschool or other centers, will be eligible to be able to have sort of a glide path to begin teaching in TK and then secure the new credential when it is ready to be secured. And so lots of good excitement there. I serve on the Governor's Post-Secondary Council with the heads of the UC, CSU, and community college system and a representative of the private colleges. We met recently and began to talk about how to connect the higher ed components with the pathways from high school. There was about $500 million just enacted for college and career pathways. It sort of reboots the college and career pathway trust program that we've had in the past, which has launched 600 pathways that involve industry, K-12, college and community college, dual credit offerings, internships with business and apprenticeships. These have been extremely successful. Many of them are part of the linked learning pathways. So the fact that we'll have another opportunity to build more of that work in STEM and green technology jobs and in teaching. So we'll have academies for teaching, and we're working with the higher education system to think about how to bring a more seamless pathway where students can start in high school. In fact, for early childhood preparation, they could get a full year of community college courses and be ready to be an assistant, get an assistant child development permit by the time they finish, and then continue to stack permits towards a credential if they want to along the way. And others could go into K-12 teaching and begin, to develop their skills while in high school. So that's exciting in a place where, it should be possible, and there are goals in our post-secondary council for students to be able to get through the higher ed experience in a much shorter period of time, to be able to get some of their coursework while in high school, to be in an aligned pathway into community college that's aligned to 4-year college transfer, which many, many students do, that allows them to graduate potentially in less than 4 years, but certainly, within that period of time in the jobs that our society and economy are demanding right now. So lots of work going on implementing all these ideas. It's an exciting time in our state, and we can see everybody leaning in, trying to make it happen in productive ways. And now we're to the very end of our agenda, we take up agenda item 15, which is general public comment. I think we need the public comment slide up again, if we can get it there. And in this context of general public comment, we invite public comment on any matter that is not included in the printed agenda. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item can do so by calling the number shown on the public comment slide. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please remember to turn down the volume on your computers if you're following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. Are there any public comments?
No, there is nobody in the queue for public comment.
All right. Then we will be ready to adjourn this meeting shortly. Tomorrow morning, I want to remind you that the State Board will meet in closed session to discuss and or take action on the following legal matter, Mark S. versus State. And that will occur at 8:30 in the morning. So we'll see you then. I hereby continue the meeting and end today's session at 3:43 p.m. and look forward to seeing you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Have a great afternoon.